just as I look at the computer, I don't know, I'm trying to get this whole page in here. I don't know why. Anyways, it's all ones. There's 7 ones in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's 1, 1. Okay, check this out. This is really cool. I hope it stays there. Look, all ones, and then that's an 11 right now. Why it's there, I don't know, but I can tell you about that. I can tell you about that number. That number, when divided by 13, I have to figure out which house it's in. It's almost like dividing it by 4. I'd have to figure out which house that's in. Okay, I'm going to be talking about that after. I have to remember what I'm thinking about right now. Just give me a second. Okay, someone's free. Nothing is free today. How you doing? I have no idea what I'm going to talk about. I just jumped in here. It's very funny. It says that you're viewers. So it shows me you're here, and I never invite anybody because I don't know. I'm too shy because I don't know, never know what my program's going to be like. So let me see. Are you here? You have enough people. Okay, let me see what this is. Retry. I don't know what went on there. So it doesn't even say you're here. Wow. So let me see if I can go. Wow. How do you ask somebody here? Wait a second. Wow, this is terribly interesting. For the last couple of months, I've been putting it on 764 hertz. And it was very, very hard to find 764 hertz. Now, why would we put the bunny rabbit with the W and the R together in a silly rabbit, you know? Why would we do that, right? Why would we do that? For me, I know why, where it comes from in games, because that's what I do. I just relate everything to where something is in games. I also relate it to, hey, look, it's Aquarius. Oh, what about Aquarius? Oh, did you know it's the 11th zodiac sign? I just found number 11. Pisces, what about Pisces? It's the 12th zodiac sign. Just found number 12. It's a whole word of association. The 13th zodiac sign, I don't know it, but what if you were on, the next time you come to the rat, what are you going to do with the rat? Well, the rat is the first zodiac sign. So if the rat was in the first year, right, what year would the rat be in? Well, that would be 12 years later. That would be 13. There you go, number 13. Number 1 and 13 associated in rotation of 12. Understanding the algorithm, the rotation that you are in, and what you can build from the 360 of what is. The 360 degrees of the situation. So when I do my math, and sometimes it gets a little complicated, I leave it on the side and say, it's a skeleton. You know, I saw yesterday, or it was a couple of days ago or last week, and I know I saw it before, and I know I'm not the only one who did it. I search out the others who have already done it already, because if they didn't do it, how would I know it? So all these smart people who have done it before, thank you for your information. And here's one of the pieces of information. 1,440. Does anybody like to participate? So we have to see this over here. You're still not in here. Do you know that? You're not in here. I don't know why you're not in here. It shows that there's 3 people here right now. So let me see if I can. I'm back. Okay, so let me see if they switch this up here and they let me see everybody that's here. No, now they're showing only 2 people here. Are you still here? Free? Are you still here? Okay, who's here? See, this takes me out of my game. Oh, TikTok, come on. It's me versus you. I'm hooked up just like you. TikTok, unless I speak, you won't know. Unless others are here, I'm not going to speak. TikTok, do you want to know what I have to say? Da, da, da. Oh, yeah, TikTok. I hear your clock beating. I can wait all day. I don't have to serve anybody the message. The machine will just drop down, right? If I retain my information, right, this is what I believe is going on. In part of my game, I like to make stuff up, right? What if, right? And I will come up with a mathematical equation that will support the what if. So, what if it's like this? They get information. They say, I have this much time to share the information and I have 28 days to do it. And it's got to be done in understanding in accordance to the accordance of what is 3. The 3 is the accordance of the movement of the mutable, which is a separation between mutable, okay, coming from 9, 6, and 3 to where 3 and 6 both mutable, broken down to what is 2 and 1, 3, to what is 5 and 7 equals 12, 1 and 2, 3, to what is 4 and 8, 12, 1 and 2, 3. And all these that I just told you, all I read to you was 147285. And it comes from 3, 6, and 9. Do you know where you can find that? Take any 2 numbers you want right now. I'm going to tell you the answer before you begin. I already know the answer. This is how perfect the numbers are. Used for the good, the knowledge. This is where the 7 comes from. Take any 2 numbers. We're 2 people here. TikTok. One 42857076923. This is going to explain basically what is ABC, the entire alphabet. This is what's going to connect the Mayan calendar, okay, to our timeline. What will connect the Giza pyramid down to the 4 cycles of 5184. Which stems into the great year of the Mayan. What splits the alphabet between the first half of the alphabet and the second half of the alphabet? We live in a system that is so non-compromisable, precise. There is no question about this planet's precision to what it has shared with each and every one of us. And I'm going to show you, but we're nobody here right now. Okay, so right now, what's going on the internet, and I'm not sure who is aware, who is not aware. What I am aware of, there's a new word, okay, or because I fell into the algorithm of this word, and the new word is UNALIVNE. That's the new word out there. Another word is the exit. I know about the ex girl. I also know about the FedEx. I know FedEx is transport. And in order to get the license for the transport, you have to go to, I'm not really sure where, but all radio waves, which is also another kind of airwave transport, would have to be through, let me see this. Who controls the radio airwaves? The CRTC. Who controls the under the oceans? Who controls the ocean, the communication over the ocean? The oceans are considered a global. Remember, now these are for people who think about globe, right? Global. Wow, I'm so much more relaxed than being on anybody else's show. I go on there to try and learn a little bit about how people are perceiving their passion of today to what they're seeing today. I went through the last 60 years. So I went through one full cycle of elements, which is not close enough to really can I have make any judgment because through the Chinese astrology, we have an element for every 12 years. And all the rotation of these elements. So I broke this down, or actually, I created the equation. Okay, is that 5 times 12 equals to 60? Call it 60 years. Call the 12, okay, is 12 months. So we did 12 cycles at 12 months, bringing on what is the 5 times the elements, in where every element only happened once. So in this once, in this 5-1, I like to use this relationship to what happened between 1 and 5, and that's 4-3-2. Although I said 1 and 5, right? I also like to see whatever else I can find with 1 and 5. What other relationships is there between 1 and 5 to tell me a little bit about the 360? You know, if you show up to a bridge game, if you show up to a hockey game, if it's the 5 minute mark and 10 seconds of a hockey game, is it a percentage? Is the one equaling to what is the difference between the halfway mark to the right and the halfway mark to the left, or also known what is 20% of 5 equals to what is 1? So, like, what is this thing about 20? One of the things about 20 is, whoop, on a dice cube, there are 21 dots, black dots. But in order to create an equation, right, and not touch and not execute its own self, you're not going to touch the top and the bottom. So the minimum, okay, you're going to get, okay, is 2 counting all the way over to 6. equals to a total of 20. What does that mean? See this one over here? I'm not going to start at 1. I'm going to start at 2. And I'm going to count. 2. Whoop. 3. 4. 5, 6. You know, there's a game called craps. And when you roll a 2 and a 6, unlike the 5 and the 4, 8, 8, 2 and 6, 8, 5 and 3, 8, divides the house in 4, 8. Understanding how the cubes bring the lower house together. Otherwise to that is the total of this equals to 20. The reverse of this, of what this is going to be that answer there. And that's going to be 15. And that'll be 2015. 2015 equals to what the year is of the year 5775. You know, and every time I think of this, I'm thinking of this year as being the year 2026 right now. Right? Well, everybody knows it's 2026, you know. I'm thinking, sorry, I made a mistake. The year right now is 5785 Hebrew time. I shouldn't have said it that way. I like to say we're equivalent to 1920. I'd say 1920, 1920, 1928, 1929, coming into it. Like to look at it that way. In Hebrew time, it's the year right now of 2025, by the way. The reason I said this is these dice cube over here, 2 and 6, 1 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 equals to 15. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 equals to 20. The year 2015 was the Hebrew year 5775. Big deal. Big deal. When I take this dice cube and I drill holes all the way around the cube and I show you the results, you will see that if I took a drill and drilled all the way through here, you would end up with this. Sorry, that is wrong. Made a mistake. Shouldn't have showed you that one. That one's for another one. Made a mistake, made a mistake, made a mistake. Oh no, made a mistake. Okay, let me fix this up here. Okay, yeah, you would see, oh, first one that got rubbed off. You would see this. You would see a 5. You would see a 7. You would see a 5. You would see a 7. You will see a 5. And in fact, you will see 557 and 755. So 755 or EYE. I equals 7. That's one thing. The other thing about that is when you are counting the alphabet of 26 letters, let me get a drink. I'm going to bring this together. Okay, what is the I? 6, 7, 6, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7. Hold on a second. I keep forgetting it's my live and I'm going way too fast. Too many things happening. Slow down. Slow down. We don't need this at the table here. I don't know why that's here. We're going to show you how the Mayan fits. I'm going to show you how everything slips together and everything can be calculated. So if you want to know the way out, is to be patient with it. There's no such thing as I have no time. Well, guess what? Only until you have the answer, you have all the time in the world. Because it's only what they want to give you within that time. It's only working together. How did we get into this mess to begin with? All my life, and it only started making sense to me when they started talking about exiting the matrix. It only started making sense to me when all my life I keep seeing the King of Diamonds with one eye. When I say the word spirit, the first thing I hear is pirate. When I see the number 9, I know the 7 in the deck of cards, right? 7 in the deck of cards is not like the 9. 7 in the deck of cards is not like the 3. 7 in the deck of cards is not like the ace. In fact, the ace is inside the 5, is inside the 3, is inside the 9. Why is it not inside the 7? Has anybody ever thought of that? The deck of cards, why is the 7 different from all the other odd numbers? Pending where you're using 9, 8 is eternal. So everybody wanting to get out of 8, what is eternal? How are you getting out? Remember, how you got in was through the stop sign, through the octagon, when the 8 became apparent. Only through the hexagon 6 can you go anywhere. It's that connecting mind that connected you everywhere, right? It's by the Mars soul that we breathe within us. We are only connection through a Wi-Fi system. If they want to call it, there's many systems because there's what everybody else out there call it. Some call it the VR system, where we're from beyond sitting in these booths like Avatar. Another system is like the Avatar Blue system. And by the way, Blue is the system that we are supposedly in. The reason for this understanding is that the fire hot stop system is at the trunk by the elephant vacuum suction and cleaning the floors and the dishes, hitting you in the trunk. The front bright lights of a car and the back lights of a trunk. This association. I'm just trying to see where I'm going with this thing. I forget where I started. Sometimes I lose myself. The other association is the pirate walking the plank with the alligator. Now we have Captain Hook. Hook is with a J. J is the 10th letter. We connected all the system of A, B, C, D, and that is where the Capricorn stone comes in. So anybody talking about stoner, right? This is where separation came in. The S and T is what brought the gold between the silver and the bronze in actuality, okay? The balance of what is bronze is part of what is silver. It is the house. So for those who mention that silver cord, well, it's definitely in there. It is the association of what is 8 and 5. 2 and 5, 8 and 5 connected through your heart. They say ham, H-A-M. They say I am, I-A-M. They also say G-A-M. I forget what the word was in this, but each one of them have a connection to the A-M, right? The H has a connection through the I for the heavens that it is within, the birth within the divided heavens. So if you're looking now for the, they talk about the pillars, I would look at the pillars of H, in which the I am the heart pillar between the pillars. I am the one who breathes within me in the house of the mother, the father. And one part of the father is you become the pole of reception. Your chakra connection inside of you does not own the house you're in. It does not own the breath you breathe. You breathe the breath from within the house you live. You are an addition from into the house. Within the heavens, your 9 birth comes of the 6, of the 1 connection, the extra point. the three-point trinity to kick the ball, the pigskin, through the uprights to the one half of the field that you rely on, the 100 or the 110 yards of the CFL. Well, those are what the numbers say. So, yes. So, stone, rock, scissors, yes. So, what S&T does, it's number 39. It also connects 6 and 7 together when joining the 26 letters of the alphabet. If I look at the piano, what you're going to do, what I did, sorry, not what you're going to do. I have art to back everything up. As you can see, this is not a green screen here. This is no green screen here. Just let me take you around for a minute. All right, just want to tell you something. All right, this is no green screen. And if you want to know how closely related H and I and H separating my bricks. When you have H and I separating your bricks, would you like to know what you get? Here's your bricks. One brick here, one brick here, one brick here, one brick here. Now we go to the bricks. We go to the bricks and we have the H. So we have the 8, right? And at the same time, right, we have the H and we have the I. So we have the 8 and we have the 9th letter interlocking. We can also use this as what is the 18th and the 9th plane. Where do I get that number from? We also call is where the lock comes in Capricorn stone. Of the interlocking bricks. You can call it an interlocking brick formation. There are. So it becomes the 8 and 9. Well, why don't we put the H and I together, and this equals what is 17? It becomes my high Q. So when you're putting bricks together in the time of Moses, they're talking about teaching them and being in school. If I'm in the Olympics and I run up the flag over here and I'm at the plateau, I'm number 7 between what is 5 here and 5 here at this bottom part of the eye. Why is there no 6? Okay, because we need separation. 2, 4, 6, 8, joint and separation bridges. In binary, we go 2, 4, 8. 6 is the separation of the joint. When you have the standard, I'm just trying to look for it. I bet you it's the page after. I guarantee you it's the page after I started. I guarantee you. Wow, what happened to it? First of all, here is where my R comes in, right? You remember I just spoke about the R? The R comes in right here. The H, the I, the L, and the R all come in over here. The H shows me separation, okay? The L comes in, right? The L comes in because the L is what shows me angle when you run your protractor and you run it around. So we run it all the way around. When you have the break point over here, which is your 180 marking, you create the letter R as the 18th letter. When you separate it down where the protractor goes, you have that what is the angle of what is L12, or noted to be what is 120 degrees, first breaking part of a circle is when it's split up into threes. The next part is when it's broken up into fours, equating to what comes into 90. And this is where the Li comes in, creating both sides of the area space. And we have the word lira. So if there's a breaking star in the constellation, I would be looking at something to do with lira. A is a letter that gets split. It can get split down the center the same way we split with this protractor. We can get a 3 and 4 area out of it, basing our point between 9 and 12. The only difference that can happen is if you create a heart line. If you add this to a heart line, you add separation. You can no longer get an A like this, but the next A that will come up will be an A like this. This one, okay, when it comes up and joins, it'll crisscross, creating a Segal and a heart line running up inside this area space. What will look like what is a hexagon is an open heart hexagon, unlike what is a closed heart hexagon, to where I can easily divide the area space. One is noted to be how the Mars, okay, and the Earth system, okay, and I call it Mars and Earth, and I'm going to tell you why. Let me turn this around. I need some water. I need a 2-minute break. I want to see who I'm talking to. Excuse me, I need a 2-minute break. I have to replug, make sure I got enough power. I want to know if everybody understands. I don't want to go any further and just put out some gibberish that others don't understand. When I told you I put on the 764 hertz, that 764 hertz is the numeric value for the word God. Is God real? God's 100% real. Any word you find in the dictionary, it's real. You find it in the dictionary, it's real. It's a word. It's real. Person, place, or thing. What do you believe about the words you hear? Something else. You know what I'm saying? 3. What about 3? Yeah, I'll take 3 hamburgers. Yeah, I'll take 3 hamburgers. Somebody asked me today, do you talk to yourself? I want to tell you one thing. I don't know who I'm talking to or who I question, but when I sit and I ponder, okay, am I pondering to who? I'm not thinking about who I'm pondering to. I'm thinking. I don't think of all these things. Or maybe I do. Who am I talking to? Am I talking to myself? Oh, hold on a second. Anybody listening to what I'm saying? I'm not talking to myself. Don't look. Stop. It's not true. None of this exists. These are not geometric shapes. Or are they? Or are they stars? A geometric shape? Or an understanding that's deeper that could be a star? Spirograph? So you see it this way, right? Or do you see it this way? Or 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 this way? According to the paper, right, according to this paper, what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do, and what I'm not allowed to do, what happens when I do it? And these are the results of the difference and the chosen words I just took. And one of the things is that when I count 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals to 6 plus 4 equals to 10, 1 plus 0 equals to 1, it tells me to flip over. When I count 3, 6, 9, I have completed 3 sides. When I hit 12, I will begin at 3 again. So I'm still learning all these methods and how to put them forward towards stars, shapes, which are gearing mechanisms. An area space in a circumference of a gear for the area space of the mechanism needs the entire circumference and the gears that go inside that will give it the area space for it to be controlled with inside the size that it is. A lot of circles, eh? A lot of moons out there. So, with that said, right, this one has been used and they call it the tetrahedron. This one over here. They call this the octagon, the hexagon. They call it a square. I don't know what they call this. They call this the 5-point star. They call this the arrow. Is there something more I can do with this arrow? Or can you see this arrow as a drop down? For me, anything that shows a point shows a distance. So when you look through this, right? When you look through this, just look through the triangles, right? So look at, hold on a second. Let me see if you can see just the roof. See the way it looks as distance, 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 distance. So each one of these is a different illusion. This one is the way they put Saturn square numbers. You ever look at Saturn square? Does anybody know about Saturn square? So yeah, so let me get back. I need a glass of water, and I'm going to get back to the explanation of what I was telling you about Earth and Mars and about the heart line and the I and the R. And there's other relationships. When these numbers are associated, every letter has a family. And every family, all the entire alphabet lives not only in this house, but the alphabet as we know it still is as we know it, but in different houses, okay, through the metrics of the matrix, switches the alphabet around. For instance, the separation between the zero cold freezing temperature of minus 18 Celsius becomes what is 0 Fahrenheit. Did I get that right? Minus 18 Celsius is how much Fahrenheit? How much is 0 Fahrenheit in Celsius? Minus 1778. Minus 1777. So it usually says 18 on all the boxes. It's so minuscule. So we know how these numbers in the matrices come together. The number 32 equals, the number 32 Fahrenheit is going to equal to 0. So I know 3 and 2 when they come together equals to 0. Can I use it as the number 0? Where would I get the 0? How would I associate 0? So I have to think right away that 0 is the understanding is 360. And I'm not sure who's going to agree or disagree, right? But I like to look at it as a 360. Now I like to associate it, okay, as electrical or non-electrical. Meaning, does it have life or does it bring life? Meaning I can make a 1 and 8 or a 10 and 80 equaling to 90. That the 10 would be the area space at the heart of what is the 90 area. The donut has a hole in the center. I fill up the donut. The only thing that's moving in the donut is energy. I fill up the donut by the breath, and I walk around carrying a donut all my life, a donut of energy. I have 20 people said something. I have to go through this. So I just want to see what was just said to me over here. Wow, this is really weird. I just have to look at this. Okay. Okay. That was pretty weird. That was weird. That was weird. Okay, so yeah, so just give me 2 minutes. I think I'm just going to put on a little song over here. If somebody has a question for me, go ahead and ask. I'm going to put on two songs, one of mine, and I'm not really sure which one you would want to hear. So I'm going to explain which ones they are. I don't have all of them here. Okay, hold on. Okay, boy, oh boy. I like the TikTok one or the Tax Man. So you have to have a vote, TikTok or Tax Man. Which one you want to hear? You want to hear TikTok Give Me a Break or the Tax Man? I'm putting on a song before I begin. I'm going taking a break. Been here an hour from 1313. So the song is going to be ancient. Let me see. Okay, tax. I think I'm going to use the tax song. Send me a coffee.
Drink a cup when you work all day. Skim a little more when you get your pay. Call it income, call it fair. But I see hands everywhere. Sales tax when I buy my food. Property tax on the house I choose. Carbon tax on the air I breathe. They even tax the land and sea. Oh, the taxman's game, the taxman's song. They take a little bit all year long. From the east to the west, from the poor to the best. They got their hands deep in our pockets, no rest. Yeah. They tax your car, they tax your land. They tax your dreams, they tax your plans. Tax on dividends, tax on rent. Tax on dollars already spent. The IRS and the Cray, they take their share, they make you pay. T5 forms and credits due. Protection B, just more red tape for you. Oh, the taxman's game, the taxman's song. They take a little bit all year long. From the east to the west, from the poor to the best. They got their hands deep in our pockets, no rest. They tax your car, they tax your land. They tax your dreams, they tax your plans. Tax on dividends, tax on rent. Tax on dollars already spent. The IRS and the Cray, they take their share, they make you pay. T5 forms and credits due. Protection B, just more red tape for you. Oh, the taxman's game, the taxman's song. They take a little bit all year long. From the east to the west, from the poor to the best. They got their... Why are there only...
Oh, yeah, lining everything up. Lining everything up. We're all supposed to be aligned, right? We're all supposed to be aligned all the time. There must be some kind of distortion that's coming in. Why is everybody's energy, why are they able to figure out life path and all this? Why are we able to figure out the fate? Is it because everything has been distorted into something that's calculable, broken up into what is 3, 4, what is 3, 4, 5? And we play golf with par 3, par 4, par 5. It's also broken up into 9, 9. You go golfing. You have 2 sets of 9 starting off at the first hole and the 10th hole. So we start off at Aries, or the backside. We're going to start off at Capricorn. You're put to rest. You're put to the end of, or the 6 feet that go down represent the Capricorn stone, or the ABBA rhythmic of association of arrival, ABCD, other than what is ABBA. ABBA is what is 22, 1 and 1, 12, 21, to what is 1, 2, 3, 4, which is ABCD equals to J. This equals to F. So now we're going to look at how do I get an association to F and J in this house? What does it say to me? So when I get to B and A, when I begin, I start with 1 coming to 2 before it comes to 3. Now we can create, for me, on this dice cube. Not only that, it happens twice. Not only that, the mathematics are perfection. 3 times 6, 3 plus 6, 18 and 9, okay, equals to 27. 18 and 9 equals to 27. Did you know that binary code, and it doesn't matter which part of the binary, which level you want to talk at. You want to talk about 8, 8 is eternal. You want to exit the system, you want to run back to 8. You're saying 8 is eternal. 8 is what made above like below. It's the rotation between the breath and the birth, and everybody wants to go back to 8. So I'm like picking at my head and I'm trying to figure out what are they talking about. Tell me the whole story. There's something I'm missing. Because I see the difference and understand the difference in my dialect. When I go to understand their dialect or difference between the vision, no one wants to explain it to me because I've went too deep. When somebody else knows and they don't want to help me to get out, it doesn't make any sense to me. So I have to explain to them. This is a dice cube. And somebody said to me, well, what if you used Rubik's Cube? I go, exactly. What if I use Rubik's Cube? Rubik's Cube has 9 area spaces, so I don't need to use Rubik's Cube, right? I only have to use these calculators. So I put a calculator on this side and a calculator on this side. And when you turn it around, what is it? The total of numbers that's here is 45. The total here is 45. You know, if I put it out on a plateau, on one plateau, it'd be the soccer game. It would equal to 90. Let's play the game on 2 fields, 2 overlapping fields. Or maybe we're playing in between the overlapping fields. And like above is below, we added on extra platforms so we can rotate between the fields or between the fields as we switch amongst the seasons. How do we know where we're going? We're not the airplane that goes up in the sky. I don't know how everything works, you know. I'm just telling you that everything is mechanical. 3 and 4 is a corridor within itself. There's a lot of corridors within themselves. 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4, 4 and 5, 5 and 6, 6 and 7, 7 and 8, 8 and 9, 9 and 10. Right? 9 and 10. So you have 9, 1, 0. And then you have, do you have 11? Is that 1 and 1? And then 12 is where 1 and 2 comes in. And 13 is the beginning of separation. This is how I count. I don't want to see what was taught to me. I want to see what I can find. And what I found is separation will begin at 13. So now I'm going to say 13 times 28 cycle moons equals 364, and 12 by 28 equals to 336. You remember I said separation begins at 13? That means we have to stop at 12. 1 and 2 equals to 3. 13 is 1 and 3 equals to 4. A, B, C, D, it's an exact science. Mary Magdalene, Michael Jackson, 10 and 13, the Capricorn stone. Okay, if you want to look at it that way, the Capricorn stone holding the head, okay, of the 8 sides of Aries. 4 and 4. Why did I say this? The 10th zodiac sign is Capricorn. The 13th zodiac sign doesn't exist. You can call it Orphishish, but when you repeat the zodiac again, you run into Aries as the 13th sign. When they say when you're counting, don't begin at 0. They don't want even you to start at 1. Usually when you're card counting, they say start at a higher number. So I'm assuming this is why they did not place Aries in January. Another thing about Aries is it's funny that Aries and Passover, and I think it's the month of Nisan, and that the month of Tishrei, October, also it happens in September that we have Libra. So the 1st and 7th New Year's, and what is supposed to be an enemy number, 1 and 7, in the zodiac, right? That's the way they're determining it. But if the Hebrews are running after 13 months, does it change the way we see Western or Chinese astrology? Because in the 13 months, the 7 is what connects the left side to the right side. Within 12, what would happen, separation would happen with number 7, is that I would overlay my side into the first sign of the second side. Do you follow what I'm saying with this? When we're using numbers, okay, if there's a total of 12, if you get to 13, you start over again. So 1, 13, 25, 37, 49, 61, 73, 85, 97. So that's in 1. 98 will be in 2, and 99 is inside of 3. 99 is where it all begins. This is how I rationalize by that absolute truth. So what does number 99 tell me? Do you want to exit? I'm going to jump into that for a minute. So many things. I need to be like, hold on, boy, what are you doing here? Is anybody understanding? So let me back up on a few things. When I said A, B, C, D, 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals to 6. Plus 4 equals to 10. The 10th letter is J. When I went A, B, B, A, 1, 2, 2, 1, it's 6. So it's equivalent to what this can be. So father and A, B, C have the same equation. Does it mean anything? No, not really. But what's ironic is 12 by 12 is 144, and 21 by 21 is 441. They invert identical to themselves. Mathematically, it equates to 55. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 is 3 and 2. It's part of communication. It also, what will represent for me is bringing 1 and 2 over to 2 and 1. And when we get back to 2 and 1, it's 21. The 21st number. Do you remember we spoke about the teacher? You remember I spoke about 17? '17 is part of the teacher. The split in the Olympics brings you in what is first, what is second, and what is third. After that, you run fourth all the way to 20th. And there are 17 numbers. First, second. Do you know if I put ST next to ND, it looks like stand. So when you stand, you're standing on alpha beta. Then you get third, standard. Then it's a standard death equaling to 10. So what happens here is because they're singular in their formation, 4 all the way through 9, there's 3 numbers of singularity. First, second, third. There are 6 numbers in the TH. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, and 32. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. You know why I don't go any further? Because the next one's 1, and I started with 1. Everything ends on 6. The association of the TH between 4 and 9, the association over here of 1, 2, 3, which is standard, STND, it's a standard playing deck. We only need 3 of the suits in order to get the creation. Why? Well, if you add up 1 to 13, it equals to 91. If you take 3 suits, 1 to 13, 91, 1 to 13, 91, 1 to 13, 91, it equals to 273. That is the 39th week, starting the 40th week of the arrival of the child, in the 277th to the 280th day, the joining of the 777. 7 times 7 times 7 is what equates to what is 343. But what it actually is when you join one area, if you are the one that joins 3 and 3, you become the 4th area. It becomes 313, the heart of the entire week is who you are, represented in what looks like 10, but is actually 3 and 3. It's what the Father, when it comes joined into the house under your breath, you bring the 2 worlds together through the 7th gate, you become. So if I show you this to prove, not to prove, but to give you a little understanding into the depth of this. No, that's not what I want to do. Oh, background picture. Can we see this? Yeah. Does anybody see this in the background? Somebody speak, because it's very white back there, so I don't see so good. What if I turned it sideways? Please, please. That's not what I wanted. Oh, it's the 91st minute. Spirit. Is spirit a pirate? How do we exit? EX. What does it mean? We have to understand the word exit. Before you can leave, understand the word. Why would you want to go anywhere if you already said that the words are all lies? Right? Are you exiting or are you entering? You know the word TER is also in French, partly to do with your retina. In short term, it also represents the earth, as in sound. N, not an end. When you say end, END, unlike the ENT and the entity, okay, the plug that came in, what is the difference in the sound of the END to the ANT in entity? Did you climb the ladder, or did you see the letter of the word? Was it a letter, or was it the letter that you received? So the misconception or the misunderstanding between the sound, perhaps because it is part of what makes up the sound, where D equals to what is 5 times 4 equals to the 20th letter. In Gematria, to the 7th gate, which is counting 1 through 7, number 7, okay, number 7 becomes the heart of what is 313. Now, not as only the heart of what is 313, but it is the heart of 13 also. 313 for the 7, which makes the 4th the heart, but it also makes what is 616 the heart of 13. What is the 616? The 616 is the association of our alphabet. I'm going to show you how it joins what's in front of you right now. And what's in front of you right now is going to join to the minutes in our day. Happy birthday is one of those words used in that. There's 1,440 minutes in a day. Happy birthday. So I'm going to explain to you that in the Platonic solids, now I'm building this. There is no end result right now. I'm building this with you. I'm showing you where I am, what everything says to me because of how they've shared it with all of us. Sheridan, I just wanted to calculate something. The 1440 is a representation in the ocean. 1440 is a representation of the ocean. What is 720? 720. Okay, the representation is 6. So the representation of a half a day is going to be represented inside number 6. The whole day is going to be represented inside of number 5. Now, I want you to do this on your own right now because I'm taking a 3 or 4 minute break. All right. I want you to take out a calculator and I want you to choose any number you want. Okay. Any number you want. Try and keep it reasonable. Okay. And I want you to divide it by 7. After the decimal, you will always get what is the combination of these numbers of 14285, 14285, 142857. It's going to say any one of those numbers there will be after the decimal. Otherwise, it'll equate to a perfect number. So try that out. Check it out. This comes from how the Mayan time Sanskrit moves, the Tsoltic and the Hab. Has anybody ever heard of that? I'm going to look at these comments in a minute. I can't believe the way I was thrown off the channel by Exit. That's the second time he threw me off with no discussion, no explanation. I'm trying to help out. I want to exit myself, but there's rules and regulations to follow, and I'm still trying to learn them. I come into the group to listen to what others have to say. Are others being directed, ruled, convinced with no explanation? That's what it looks like. In order to throw anybody out of a room the way they did to me, in order to have no discord or control over the people's discussion in the room, and I'll get you one thing. I am the number one guilty of that. Okay, and what does it mean? If we want to build something, we have to have a direct platform to it. Otherwise, we're still amateurs, all of us, including myself, regardless of what you think I might know other than what you don't know. I can show you everything I know how to get there. But what I want to do is create the app that we can put in the words we speak and see every dimension of every letter and why each word was created to be what it is, why each word has been given an adverb for its full color commentary of the word itself, so that we can understand every single letter and we can understand every single star, okay, that is associated with the letters, that's associated with words in the zodiac. Capricorn, Aquarius. Yes, you can say sure, but this is today. This is not ancient. This is today. Today is the result of yesterday and all the other days from the day before. For me, I live under the breath of creation, and therefore I do not own the breath, but I am here on borrowed time upon the breath. Coherent breathing, okay, the association of the mind, body, and soul with inside the word of our Lord, dictating to us how we can doctorate ourselves, okay, individually and personally, and come together. We should be at silence for 1 minute. Breathe. Let's breathe. I join other channels. I join other channels. Why are you here? Oh, thank you for welcoming me. Who told you to speak? Oh, I'm sorry. Who told you to speak again? Well, mic your phone up. Okay. There you go right ahead and do it. Go ahead there, Mr. Pac-Man. Okay, I'll go right ahead. I guess you're on the subject of ABC, and they go, we are. And I go, well, I have my own interpretation. And they would come to me, well, we don't care about your interpretation. And I'm like scratching my head. I'm going, all right. So I go to another channel and I see one person in that group that's in the other group. And I see 700 at the top. And every single person that seems to jump on, they were like, you know what I'm saying? So I saw how it looked like they were trying to break souls. That's all I saw. In fact, in many of the channels right now, I see them trying to break souls. That's all I see. That's all that's going on. I don't know if they do it for the pleasure, because the reason I say this, and do I have any credibility? Go back to 2010 and watch all my videos on YouTube. In fact, maybe you should all get together, starting through what your names are, and we'll put together the 12,000 videos I have out there. Check out my credibility, how I speak. I don't have many lives, and I'm not bolstering, but it's true. I think maybe 1,000 lives. And that's not my tactic, because I can't make a correction by myself in a system that we're all involved in, and that we all forwarded this. If you're 18 and over, how many 18 and overs are there right now? What do you know about the system? What have you been seeing? Right? I'll tell you what I saw, and irrelevant to what I've seen, I don't like it. 20 years ago, I started studying the alphabet. I started studying algorithms, dots and dashes, and games. So I began to see just the last couple of years having the association to come live with others, and others asking questions, and me being able to ask others questions. I get to understand how they're looking at things, right? So I'm starting to see whether or not these numbers have any value. So if I relate it to something in anything, it doesn't matter where I relate it to. Right now, you can see I'm relating it to this. I have related it to other things. So I don't want you to give it too much credibility other than to what I speak right now, is because it's relative to Mars, a direct connection to Earth. The Trinity, a direct connection to Earth, also a connection to Saturn square. Why? Earth is 3, Saturn square is 6. We are 6. So how do we end up with 9? We are put onto the cross. In order to connect us from that side to that side, we need to take what was the 2 cubed, right? And we took a 2 cube and we overset it on a 3 cube, and we end up with an 827. And this is when we end up with Rubik's cube. And then we end up with a 4 cube, and we get the 64-bit. And then we get the 5 cube, and we get the 1.25. I think it's a teraquarter or something like that. Teradir or something. And these associations, when you get to the teradir at 125, that becomes where the Earth-Mars association link up. What is the teacher? when I spoke before, number 64 and 46, right? Number 23 and 32 connecting to Leo, connecting to Elon Musk and Jacob's Ladder, connecting up to the power station. When they met at the Vatican, there's a direct correlation to the Vatican to gold. Gold is noted to what is linking up, what is silver and bronze. The ace letter is where the energy of the sun is. This is where the 135 set in, where the correlation to what is 246 linking to the seventh gate. Your 9 birth is between what is the heavens, either what we can understand to say is 313 are noted to be what is 7 times 7 times 7, or if we're talking about the moon, it'll be a 616. I'm going to show you that. Just give me a second. I wanted to say teacher, where number 7 comes in. It comes in with the teacher. Why? And also number 17, the teacher, is also what links Mars. When you separate these cubes, okay, when you separate these 4 cubes over here, and I put this one here and this one here and this one here, you end up with the cross between them. So we end up with a 4 face into a 9 face. Again, another part of the teacher by adding the cross. The other part about this is that when you're looking at numbers, right? TH begins at 4th and it ends at 20th. There's no metals for 4th. There are 17 numbers between 420. 17 is Q. 1, 2, 3. 3 is a corridor to get over to 4 where the teacher begins. The air sign runs into the water sign. So when the air sign runs into a water sign, when an air sign bird 33 runs into what a water sign fish equals to 42, we've now generated power between the breath and the basin of who we are partaking in this world upon birth. The numeric value for bird, giving me the reason for telling you this story, is 33. The reason for telling you the story of fish is because the water sign will give me a fish. Will it also give me a shark? Of course it will. So the reverse cubic of what is 33 is 44, and the reverse of what is fish 42 is what is 53. So I know right away, okay, fish 42, bird 33. Look at that. They both are number 6. What is this? In order to converge them in the metric system, they use this for the conversion. They need us for the acceptance to continue on as we continue to play games, not knowing what we're doing by this acceptance. Understanding and knowing the acceptance is one part of the exit from the matrix, knowing what you're playing with. This is my understanding for our delusion within inside of us. I only say this is not because of what I believe, but I'm telling you what others believe. I will tell you all the stories of what everybody believes. Because by understanding the 360 or the opposition, I can understand the difference to see what correlates in the numeric fashion in which this matrix was built. What I do believe and what I'm 99.9% not sure of is that whether or not I'm sure of it, because I'm 10,000% sure this place that we are right now physically is ancient. The English language, ancient, as old as the hills. Is it one of the newest of all languages and a creation from before? It sure was. It's part of the revival of the extinct inside the English language, bringing you back all relationships from all parts of history with inside the word. The ABCD, the 1, 2, 3, 4 association, is 10. The upper area, 6, 7, 8, 9, is 30. It is a 3-to-1 difference. That 10, or the 10th zodiac sign, is the Capricorn connecting to the upper world, the Trinity, 6, 7, 8, 9. How do I get to 6? 6 by 4, 24, 2 and 4 is 6. How do I get to 9? Right? How I get to my numbers? How do I achieve my numbers? How do I associate? If you look at this closely, I'm going to show you this. Remove this and look at the right-hand side. Look at the right-hand side and remove 3, 6, and 9. Tell me whatever you can. Now, whatever else you want to do now, your next step is to divide any number by 7 and then look for the answer on the right side. On the right side, look for that answer after the decimal. Anybody wants to come up here and speak with me, you're more than welcome. If you want to know, I only use these kinds of books, quadrille paper. I only use this one here, my harmonics graph it best. It's got to be exactly this. I like to use my favorite pens. I prefer the black, but I'll take some blues. They're the 1.6 velocity, or what is Atlantis. So if anybody wants to help out or support the channel, I'll take books. I don't mind a couple of more calculators, some blank cubes. And if it's monetary, I have a link on my page. And this, I'm not putting this out there for today. I mean this for every day, because this is my dedication for the last 20 years until we're out. Right? And it doesn't mean that you might not find me on an island one day, because I can do my work from anywhere. I need to vibrate. I need to leave this. You see, if you don't bridge this inside your head, there's a person named Robert. I don't know if anybody knows him, right? He says, until you put up this, like there's this sign here, right? I'm going to show you something else. But you need to find the delusional mind. You need to go here. Very important that you understand the fractals. Until you see those fractals, you will not realize those fractals. And I visited once. I have never gone there this way, but I'm going to show you where they are. I wish there was an easier way to share this. Oh my God, I can't. This is not the one. It's going to take me a while. That's not what I want to put up, but they just did something for me. Did they split this into 3 or 4? Wow, they made 2 chops in this. I never saw this before. It's not what I wanted to show. But in the piece I had up before, okay, in the piece I had up before, these are other people doing this. So in the piece I had up before, if you follow these numbers, right, you can see. I'm trying to figure out what numbers they used in here, if you can see this. Oh boy, I can't see enough of this to share this with you. But what you can see in this, when working with number 1, you can see that the 8, the 15, the 22, and the 29 also work with 1. Because these are working with 1, if you are working with elements or with anything. When you're working with elements, or when you're working with the earth element, the water element, where would they show up again? Right here is air, over here, and over here I started with fire. But now here is Scorpio. Scorpio is now earth. Scorpio is now water. And then look over here. Look, number 7. 1 and 6 equals to 7. So that's an air sign. Oh, look, 2 and 3, 5. Well, that's Leo. You know what I'm saying? So it switches when you count by 7. Now, if I count by 13, counting by 13, right, playing at the house of the 7th gate, you stop here. That's counting by 13, because you're not stopping on the Sabbath. It's an empty space. It's a void. This is a void in binary code. This is all a void in binary code, right? Even though it adds up where it doesn't show a void, because we do by 8 and 8 is 16, 1 and 6 is 7, right? How can I explain this? We are the 6. The house we're born in, we're not the house. We are the breath within the house. We are the connection through the 7th gate and living in the house, the reception of the breath. So when you get to 13, what you are is that you came here and you lived the week of your creation. So that is where it ends up to 13. That is the week of your creation before you come to the next day of rest, right? Your day, your first day after your coming day is inside the day of rest. So your day would be between 6, 7, and 8. And in the deck of cards, both the 6, the 7, and the 8 are all the same card. The 9 is not the same card. The 9 is not the same as the other cards. In fact, the 1 dot plays inside the 9. So if we want to understand our cards, we might be able to look at these numbers here. But this is not what I wanted to talk about at all. Yeah, like usual, all over the place. So let me put in a new background here. Oh, wait a second. Yes, here it is. Let me read what's up here. Yeah, so there's nothing up here. Okay, so let's get into this piece right now. So this is part of the Mayan. This is part of the Mayan. Does anybody see it? Anybody have any questions? All right. We're fighting the algorithm here. Is there any truth here? Is anybody up here for any reason? I'm going to warm up some water. Is anybody here for any reason? What do you want to know about the Mayan? Does anybody have any questions? What is here? Me. What is that? Me. What is me? Me. Our Amanda. Hey, how you doing, Amanda? Does anybody want to come up? If you want to come up, invite yourself up. I don't think I have to do that. Let me see. Do I have to do that? Yeah, so let me see this over here. Tick tock, tick tock. You know, I'm not very happy that I just did something. Somebody asked me a question and it just woke me up. I'm not happy about that for myself. I need to be in the realm. I don't want to see what's going on. I'm looking inside myself. I'm reading from my own scripture, by my own vision. When I start reading notes, I need to be away. I don't want to look at anybody. I don't want to hear any outside sounds. My door is open right now. I'm thirsty. I need a little break. I need to recalibrate. I don't want to open my eyes. I need to be like this, right? I need to harmonize with the breath in order to see it. This is the way I speak. It helps me, and that's why I do it, because it just helps me and does me fine. And I don't get in anybody's way. Now, isn't it funny the way the green screen might be able to show you something sometimes and not show you things all the time? What are we missing? Or is it always happening? Why is this green screen? Like, is there any color that the green screen, like, does it pick up every color? If I hold out any color, so check this out. Check this out. Does anybody see this? Does anybody want to buy this from me? Has anybody ever read the ingredients on this? Okay, when you look at the ingredients in this, okay, look it up. Find it, look it up. You know the sewage outside that goes down the drain? They collect this at the end, they dry it up, and they mix it into a B complex. It says it on here, and then when you look it up, it says it. Yes, you can find this on Google search engine. So if we want to change anything, stop using. Is it all their systems? First of all, let's not lose the breath of anger to the system. Okay, that's number one. We have to take advantage of the system the same way the system is using us. This is the way I have to understand this game. The number one thing that you have to live with all your life in Monopoly is meditation. Did you know that? Your first life in Monopoly, right? You must live with meditation. I'm going to get a drink. Think about it. Come here. I know. This is a slow roll, my friends. I have to slow down. Everybody tells me to slow down. Explain me more. Will this take me out of the matrix? Will this save me? This sounds like the same prayer everybody's been running by. I haven't seen any change in the attitude from hardly any of the groups, especially I'd like to say I'm ashamed partly at myself, but I'm ashamed at many others who come here. What is your honor of discord? Right? Are you honoring Discord? They should have the thing at the top, whether you're going to be at least half serious, or TikTok has to come out with a little bell or a button when people don't show your faces. We need to raise our hand. People like myself, I'm ashamed of myself. There are so many beautiful channels out there that show exactly what people want to talk about. So perfect, yet their mannerisms are horrible. So we all have something to learn out here for myself. I mean, this is not just exiting the matrix, you know? You know, how to be humble, you know what I'm saying? You can't get out without being humble, I'll tell you that. Give me a second. give me a second over here. Are you hungry, puppy? Are you hungry? I'm sorry, we're gonna get you some more food. Okay, here's what this is. This ring that you see in front of you on the right side, okay, I'm not completely fluid with the ring. Um, and if I do co-host anybody, I hope everybody is so okay. So I know most of you have seen this. Okay, I'm going to be showing this again. Are you ready? On the right hand side, I wish somebody was up here saying, "Yeah, come up, tell me." On the right hand side, 142857. 1 plus 4 plus 2 plus 8 plus 5 plus 7 equals 27. The next one, two times the first one, right? Two times the first one. Two times the first one. Let me flip this camera. Two times this one equals the second one. Three times the first one, or the first one plus the second one equals to the third one, right? This first one and the third one, okay, equal to the fourth one. The first one and the fourth one equals to the fifth one, to where the second and the third one equals to the fifth one, to where the fifth one and the first one equals to the sixth one, to where the fourth one and the second one equals to the, sorry, what did I say? Where the second one, okay, the second one, sorry, I'm going to go the second one and the third one, these two, okay, equals to 714285. So this is what you're going to do now. Does anybody have a calculator with them? Does anybody have a calculator? Does anybody have a calculator? 9 numbers. Can't do this if nobody participates. Can't do it if you don't participate. I wish I can screenshot this and then darken out the outside. I think I'm going to just take a 1 minute break and see if I can Ooh, I'm back. Save time. Where I just did something, so I don't know where it showed up. Just give me a second. I don't know. Why didn't it show up? Just give me a second. Something. Oh my god. Well, there you go. There you go. Sheesh. Whew. I raced all the way back. I got here as fast as I could. Now I can see what everybody says. I'm out of breath. So I'm running in the kitchen. All I was doing was typing and moving and erasing. Okay. So now I can see we have Amanda with the smile. Her head is tilted. We have God's Gibbon joined. Wow. We have AI says this guy's cuckoo, talking about all kinds of numbers that associate to every. Yeah, yeah, Dad, you need a wrench. Yeah, what size? Oh, you're talking in numbers, Dad. That's good. Ma, you're turning on the stove? At what temperature? Tell me in numbers. When you turn on the stove, do you use letters or numbers? When you want to fix a car, do you have to look for your tools or one tool fits all? So you already know all the sizes, right? So you don't need to know the sizes. So by having all the different sizes, now we know. So is there a difference between one size and another size? There sure is, because there are some wrenches and tools that are in between sizes. I can show you on this where the in between sizes are, because once you relate it to what your objective is, this book, all the squares, you have to be able to get onto these squares, okay? Somewhere on this square. Now the thing is, all the squares are all these sizes. So can I fit this square over an area space that this square occupies, over an area space that this one, this one, this one, this one? If you said yes, I think that the answer is wrong, because you cannot go from 5'8" to 6'8". And the reason for that is the use of area space. You know what? I wrote on so many different pages in here. Let me show you where it is. Oh. Oh, it's right here. Hold on. I have two other places I want to save on this trajectory over here while holding on to 6 different things in my hand. This versus this and this. What's the difference? When you look at this and count diagonal, you will always have one area space every second space. 1, 2, 3, 4. But when you're counting that 1, 2, 3, 4, look at the separation. You didn't count these two. You didn't count these two. You didn't count this one and this one. So every time you're counting, you're actually counting 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 in order to understand where the occupancy of the split area space is 2, 4, 6, and 8. That when we count by twos, we're jumping from up here to down here. This would be 1 dot, this will be 3 dots, this will be 5 dots, this will be 7 dots. On the row of 7 dots, there's a closure on that row. Why? 1, 3, 5, 7. On the fourth element, okay, in the deck of cards, you can see the hard hat of Jack is going up and down like a hexagon. There's 2 different kinds of 5-point stars, one with a heart, one without. Oh, there's other things to do with it, not just this. I'm just keeping it simple. Capricorn stone. 6 items cornered by 4. 100% of time boxed into the 10 octagon. Capricorn stone. The association of 10. A, B, C, D. The association of A, D, and B, C. Bringing in the Zen of communication in the house of Abraham. Ham radio, twin antennas, emitting frequency, incoming, outgoing radio frequencies. On the 11th of September, building number 7 had 47 floors. Do you know what 47 says? It's a control center. It was the final control. It was the final one to go. 47 floors. Bull. 47. Walk. 7 months and 4 months of 31 and 30 days. G versus D Godzilla. 74. Energy 74. In 1776 or 24. These, for me, are no coincidences. There are no numeric coincidences. That's why you're here. If you're here to find a story, there are no coincidences. The alphabet story, I tell you, is how the words connect and what the mathematical equations are to achieve these numbers. What's going on? 1.16, 7 divided by 6. This is our binary number, 1.16. That's the binary number of 6 going into 7. Everything ends on 7. So in order for us to fulfill our rotation, we must be running like this. We are less than efficient to the 7th day. When we reconnect to the 7th day, we are an expansion of 1.166666666. 6 feet, 4 inches. Elon Musk. Elon Musk, okay. First of all, what has to do with 6? 6 by 12 is 72. We live in the house of bet. Representation of the 2 and the 7. 9 times 8 is 72. What goes inside of 72? You know, it goes 1 inside of 2, right? So if 1 goes inside of 2, therefore 1 must go inside of 2. So if you have 72 or 27, you now need 1771. The alpha inside the beta gates. Connecting up the formation of creation. Six and 1 equals to 7. 5 and 2 equals to 7. 4 and 3 equals to 7. So this is where we're going to connect our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 into the 7th gate in this fashion or formation. Why is it what I say goes? It's not what I say goes. The cube tells me this story. The association of our typewriter, the association of this tells my story. If I take 1, 4, or 7, any one of them, choose any one of them, 1, 4, 7, divide it by 3. After the decimal, it will say 0.333. Take 2, 5, and 8, divide them by 3. After the decimal, it's 666. Only at 3 do we have completion by 1, 2, 3, ABC. So what is 369? It's a reflection of ABC. It's the true reflection of ABC coming into creation. The thing is, there is no 9 without the association of 1 and 8, right? Or is it because of the 3 and 6 equaling to 9 where A and B equal into what is C? But in the relativity of numbers, I need 1 and 8 to equal to 9 because I need the heart of all in order to equate. So if I am going to use what is 3 and 6, then I am going to say there is going to be 3 and 6 in the void and everything else exists within. It just so happens that 3 and 6 is 3 by 21. Big deal. I need A and B to come together to create this situation, and that is a big deal. This is where I understand the Mars and the Earth association came together. 3 is a corridor to 4. There's different associations in number. 1 is a face, and in a face, there are 9 areas. Okay, on a cube, there are 6 areas, but there are only 3 reverse areas. Therefore, we have A, B, 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 C, 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 and then when we run to the reverse side, that is when D begins. D is also to note, okay, in C and D, they have something very big in comic. I mean, not in Marvel Comics, sorry, right? DC is that 3 and 4 run the same numeric. There's only 1 that separates them. right? They come undivided. You also have what is C100 and D500 in Roman numerals. That's another one of their association. There's a few more, but I need a couple of minutes. Somebody, Jack said, tell me. Okay, Amanda says, I have one. I'm not sure what you have, but if it's a number, give me the number. Come on up. If you want to come on up, it says invite. I don't invite anybody. You have to want. You have to want to speak. So give me a number, choose any number, or take any two numbers by yourself. But what I'm going to show you is, you see the ace over here, right? If I split the ace and the 7, there's nothing here. See the whole thing. So I'm going to put the 7 aside. The 6, see nothing. But what I do see with the 6 and the 7 is I chopped both of these in half. And when you bring the 8, 6, 7, and 8, they all have basically the same story. And the 8 and the 7 have the exact same story. The addition to 6 is what is 7 and 8. It's 1 and 1.4285. It's 1, and the first answer is 7. The next answer is 1 and 142.857. The 6 is going to equate to 857.142 and how it partakes in the game. The 6 is nothing without the 1. The 6 is nothing without the 4. When the 6 comes to the 4, right, the association, it changes its association into its basic creation inside, 8, 9, inside what is the 3, 4, 2, born into the 7th gate. This is how the numbers get split apart and come back together through the division of number 7. Number 7 is the 4th one. You see the 3, the 5, and the ace both have an ace area spot, right? The 7 does not. The 8 does not. The 3 does. The 1, 3, 5 say ace, and they all have an ace. The 9th letter also has the ace at the heart position. Therefore, inside Sagittarius, we have the strength of Aries. And when you look at these two corners, you also find them in these corners and in these corners, because Cancer is in everything except for 1, 2, okay? Cancer is in everything, okay, except for 1, 2, and 3. But you know why Cancer is not in 1, 2, and 3? Because number 1 and number 2 play inside of number 5, and that's where the Cancer shows up. And when that shows up, 5 is connected to 5, connected to 7, connected to 3. You know what that is? That's the electrical moon. Just like the electricity, it's burning out the whatever it is, but it's disintegrating whatever's keeping us here. The salts inside of us. I think it's working against the salts for our communication, to be in these suits. There's got to be somebody that wants something to say, so I'm going to do that in a minute, but I need some hot water, some honey. Yeah, so inside these, okay, comes out of the drainage system that comes out of your toilet. I looked it up. I'm going to see if I can see what it is.
Il faut que tu me fasses confiance. Une toute dernière fois.
Tell me the ingredients, and I want to know if there's anything here that they dry out sewage system waste and put it in one of these ingredients.
Yeah,
It's Stanley. And hold on to your pants, because here we go. It's Stan. You want a business? Slap it on Stan. You want to sell coaching?
I want you
Stan.
to
You
tell
wanna sell
me what
PDF
the
on how to
ingredients
live
are
life
and if
low carb?
anything
Stan.
comes
It's
from the
easy. They
sewage
got links,
waste,
automation,
write-out waste
calendars.
added
Set it
to
up
it.
in 5 minutes. Piece of cake. Tumble your fears into a ball. Throw them in the air. Watch them come right back down. And sales notification. Knock, knock. Who's there? Money in your pocket. You got a dream? Stan's like, bet. Here's 15 templates in a checkout page. Hey, ma. Hey, pop. Who's the bozo now? I got my own business. CEO? Check. Self-esteem? Skyrocket. New personality? Yup. It's Stan user. Click now. Click fast. Boom. You're a CEO. TikTok? $29 a month. Now that's an offer you can't refuse.
It says on it. It says on it, shilajit are derived from natural substances that undergo decomposure over time. Shilajit is composed of humus, organic plant material, fulvic acid, humic acid, and minerals. However, the supplement in the image is vitamin B complex, does not contain shilajit, but that's not true. It does. Okay, there's a human waste in it, so they just say plant material. Yeah, but it comes out of you. Just give me a minute. I'm taking a 2 minute break. I just got a phone call, so I gotta call back. So just give me a minute. We'll start back up. Somebody come on up. Um, what's up? I'm on a 5 minute break. Well, I saw 112 earlier, but I don't know now. Oh, right, 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 right. Right. And you know what just looking to see what their, yeah, yeah. Well, let me tell you this, okay? It's 1/4 of the sales in the Canadian market of normal right now. And with the American market, it's almost hit their average, that might surpass their average. So they're buying up. That's what they're doing. Only because the Canadian market is reflecting that. I don't know why they're doing it. Right. Yeah. No, 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 no. I told you, there's hardly anybody on it right now on the Canadian side. There's only 1.5 million traded, so. And, no, but there's nothing going on the Canadian side. People are thinking it's gonna go down, it's only gonna go up now, that's what it's showing. Yeah, yes, yes, because the Canadian side hasn't been enough yet. So either they're trying to drag the Canadian side, or the Canadian side, there's no volume.
So I can see right away when people are just waiting on the Canadian side before they pounce. I'll speak to you in an hour. Ciao. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Um, I don't like this shopping center music because that's what it sounds like. I'm sorry, but that was ugly, whatever it was. I don't even want to see this. Okay, so I'm going to show you this over here. And what this is over here.
My work is easy because
oh my God.
Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start my brain.
Just give me a second. I don't know why this thing won't disappear. This thing won't fall off my screen. So many commercials. It's insane. They're trying to play with our nerves. I see it. Oh my God. Okay. Over here, what you have is 142857. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you say 1, 8, 15, 22, 29, 36, 43, 50, 57, 64, 71, 78, 85, 92, 99. They are all divisible and will equal to what is 142857. If I say 2, 9, 16, 23, 30, 37, 44, 51, 58, 65, 72, 79, 86, 93. I think it stops. I'm sorry, was it 93 or 92? But anyways, I think it was 92. No, it couldn't have been 92. It had to be 93. Right. So it stops on 93. I can't go any higher than 93. 93 divided by 7 equals 285714. It becomes 13.285. Okay. That means when you get to that, your beta in the system reaches to 13 over here. When you use number 3, this one over here, okay, that should be 94. So let me see, 94 divided by 7. Yes, 94 divided by 7. So number 3 begins here, 94 divided, oh no, that's wrong. That's wrong. Hold on a second. Made a mistake, hold on. 97 divided by 7. 97 divided by 3. 94 divided by 3. 93 divided by, no, 90, let me see, 95 divided by 3. Okay, 94 divided by 7. I don't know why I said that. So when you're in the third house at the 7th gate, it will be 94 divided by 7. It will be the last number of its kind. Okay. When you get to number 4, right? When you get to number 4, see up the scale here? Okay. That'll be number 95. 95 divided by 7 equals to 571. So it doesn't matter which number you choose. You're going to, and divided by 7, it's only going to equate to one of these numbers here. Now, if you take a look, right,
you'll only see 857-142, 857-142, 857-142. There is no 3, 6, and 9. Can you all see that? Hey, Unc. So if it's Unc, so who is that watching this? Who is this that I'm related to watching this? Am I allowed to say that? Let me see. Okay, we're at, whoa, I'm just looking at who was here. So let me look at these comments for a second. I'm still looking through the panel of, just give me a second. It just skips forward on me. Is my cat outside? No, she's not. She's right behind me. So let me see this. Neo, is this the first time you're here? Do you know anything about the Mayan calendar? About the movement of the Mayan calendar? This is the way 7 and 13 rotate around six numbers, 999,999. When divided by 7, when divided by 13. So I want to show you how this calendar comes into our alphabet, comes into our number system, expresses words like sun and moon. It says that Mars and Earth are in association like this, that you can't go further apart than being a rib of the other. Where if Mars was Adam and Eve was the other one, it would be Mars and Earth in this association. Their numeric value in their association connect together to what is king and queen, to what is 6 and 7, and any relationship to what is 6 and 7. For all the numbers that come for the days, for things that we celebrate. If you don't ask the question and you don't care, then whatever I'm doing here won't make any difference to you. But what I am showing is the reason where everything comes from. I'm showing the gearing of the movement of the stars and the planets, the diameter of the moon, the distance, the 28 days, the 6161616 rotation of the 3131611613 moons in the cycle of 3 years, 1 year, 3 years, and bring it relative to baseball, football, hockey, soccer, the deck of cards, the alphabet at most, where everything is fair to each one of us, that you don't need more than a $10 bill in your pocket, plus the internet and the cell phone or the iPad to join in with what I do. It doesn't take any more than looking at a baseball field or a hockey arena. No more than listening to the color commentary expressed during the game, the rules and regulations, how our Wi-Fi or networks work, a Bugs Bunny Roadrunner, watching the rabbit and the turtle communicate amongst each other, burning up the Coyote Highway. Warner Brothers, Bugs Bunny, things that come in two, things that come in one. Just to let you know that 3, 4, 5, and 6, multiply it by 2. That 1 and 2 and 7 and 8, multiply it by 1. That number 9, multiply it by 6. And that's the basic algorithm of a cube. There's more. Where does this come from? The cube. It's a storybook. How do we tell the story? Don't look at it just as a cube. It's a dice cube. It's Rubik's Cube. Do you know if I broke Rubik's Cube apart, I would have 26 plus 1 area space, or would I? What would happen when I took Rubik's Cube apart? I'm going to tell you right now what would happen. I would have 8 corners. I will have 12 edges. And I will have 1 heart. The heart will consist of a 6th core, and the 6th core would be equivalent to a 1 color, right? So we end up with what? We end up with 26 and 1, where 1 controls 6, controlling the rest of the cube, understanding that there are 18 area spaces, okay? 12 doubles, 6 singles, equaling to 18, plus the area space that controls the 6 that controls the rest. 18 is the number for high. 18 is the number like 180 for half. 18 is the heart of this cube. $1.125. 8 divided by 9. 8 divided by 9 equals 1.125. So 1.125 times 4. I like it. Look at that. 4 times that equals that. There's a passageway right here. Inside of that one there. That one bears the fruit. Oh, where does this 9 come from? Right there. There's 9 area spaces. But the funny thing is, if I add up all these area spaces over here, it equals to 45. Check. $45 divided by 9 average equals to, 45 divided by 9 equals to 5. So you can see that what is E, 5, equals to what is times 9I, equaling to the total of 45. So all the numbers now, whatever you do, stop at 45 before you go any further. Start to think. Let's begin to think a little bit. Numbers, what are they? You're cooking in the kitchen. Samples, sizes, knowing the difference. Is it important to know the difference? Should everything be free? Should we be on a system that is all in dictation? What does it mean, that dictation? No matter where you go, you pay for nothing. You pay for nothing. Just walk in with the bracelet. The minute that you walk in with the bracelet, we know who you are. Now check the system out. Now, have you done anything at all to be able to deserve everything you are? You have to look at the criteria. Now, are there any punishments with this? Yes, there are punishments. Here are the punishments. When you're on the highway, no drinking and driving, or you get punishments. Stay on your own side of the road. Stop at the stop sign. What you do in your own house, don't harm anyone. You break something, not my business. What you do in your own house. If you're bothering the neighbors, that does make a difference. Now, you bothering the neighbors based on what does it mean to bother somebody. So now we have to start to run the logic with inside my game is not only about numerology, not only about learning what the astrologers say about numbers, right? The numerologists talk about everything I talk about. I'm just giving it a little bit more of a dimension inside what they already say, right? And if we can understand what they're saying and bring it relative to every single word that exists, you can use the letter I. Did you know if I use the letter I as a single, it talks for itself, right? It's one of the vowels that talks for itself. Does B talk for itself? Well, B is a consonant. I will be home. A single letter says who I am. So you must be a B. What is it? I will be home. So there are two words in there with a single letter. And there's also, I could have wrote I as an EYE. So EYE is 575, which brings me back to, I have to see the strength. Why is everything the strength? And it's energy. It's male and female. And I have to listen to more people talk out of the Bible and history. It doesn't matter to me if it's real or it's a lie. I just want to know what was shared and in the context that was written, right? Like for me, the only thing I want to know for my capabilities, what language is it? Spell it out for me in my alphabet. I'll look at that and right away I'm going to give that language a dimension where it belongs in this work of games, right? Does it fit this side? Do I have to create a trinity inside of this, each part coming together to create the fourth dimension, right? Each part coming together to create, because listen to what 4 does. 4 puts everything back in its spot. 3 moves everything over. Before you go backwards, okay, would you like to go forwards or stay stagnant? And what is the difference between 3 and 4? What is the difference between the hexagon and the octagon? What does it say in the numeric world? And there is a huge saying. And do I have any credibility so that when I say huge and into my color commentary, am I adding this verb as clickbait so you don't leave the channel? Do I have any credibility for why you are still here and no one has a question for me? Blue is number 40. Blue in French, blue in English, both number 40. Blue 40 equals to what is the 10 star, 1 through 9. What is the 10 star is the base of connecting the lower house to the upper house based on the Capricorn headstone, right? Usually you have a cement base to the stone and then you have the Capricorn stone. So just give me 1 minute. Where did I put this T here? They have, I'm not sure if it's real, but I want to remove the, I have, what do you call it in here from the honey?
Hey, Porky! Meow!
Um, I was listening to Robert's channel. I don't know who else has been here from Robert's channel, hold on. So on the on the right side to finish off, if you look, every single one totals 857142 equals to number 27. There is no 3, 6, and 9. You need 1 and 2 to equal to 3, so therefore it qualifies. You need 4 and 5 to equal to 9, therefore that qualifies. You need 7 and 8 equals to 15, 1 and 5 is 6, that qualifies. Therefore, the 7, which is a cardinal sign, will connect to the 8. Okay, and that's a fixed sign. And it will create what is a mutable sign. We are building from the numbers. Is that closer to truth or further away from the numeric truth? Do I tell you the truth? Do I bring to you the story of numbers? What is 7?
C'est déjà arrivé d'être senti d'une intuition tellement forte qu'elle semble prendre le pas sur tout raisonnement logique. Si le sujet vous intéresse, alors j'ai une excellente nouvelle pour vous. J'aimerais vous inviter à une grande conférence gratuite sur le thème de l'astrologie taoïste qui est honnêtement unique en francophonie. Cette conférence a pour but de vous révéler comment l'astrologie taoïste peut nous aider à comprendre qui on est vraiment profondément, on appelle ça notre nature intime, et comment, grâce à cette connaissance, on peut devenir le capitaine, la capitaine de sa destinée. Imaginez être capable de comprendre les messages subtils de l'univers pour naviguer avec confiance et agilité dans la vie. Imaginez être capable de lire le rythme cosmique de l'univers pour agir au bon moment, ou au contraire savoir comment pas agir pour utiliser votre énergie au bon endroit, au bon moment. Si vous me rejoignez dans cette conférence, on va plonger ensemble dans cet univers fascinant. On va découvrir ensemble comment trouver déjà quelles sont nos plus grandes forces, et puis comment trouver aussi, surtout, où sont les endroits où on a les plus grands potentiels de développement.
You're serious. They put me here for 3 minutes to listen to this, and they won't take it off, and I don't know why. And okay, I just blocked the sound. They won't let me take it off. Yes, Robert. Yes, absolutely. That was amazing. They shut us down the other day. They shut down Professor Rokia today on us. Exit the Matrix shut me down today. Booted me out, shut my screen down. Although he's seen it before, we can't be this scared. Does TikTok want to know? Who is TikTok? Who are they? Why so much surveillance? Do they want to shut me down? Go ahead. Shut me down. Will it frustrate me? Yeah, it will. Will I find something else to do? Yeah, I will. But you won't be first to get it. Isn't that what your goal is, TikTok? To be the first? To be the first to hear the association, right? Picking our brains. Isn't that what it's all about? And if it isn't, and if it is, I'm giving it a definition. Why so much surveillance? Please, if I am wrong and there's no surveillance, let me know that I am totally wrong. Please help me out somehow. 007, I'm calling you. How come it's not 006? I want to know. Why do they want 007? Why couldn't it be a single 07? Why 00? Well, you know why it's a 00. It's an 00. Why? Because the 3 and 6 and the 4 and 5, the male and the female organs coming together, and the 1 through 6. Yes. That's exactly why. Don't tell everybody the secret. Don't tell everybody the transition secret. So if we use 3 areas and 2 of them are an O, it doesn't mean that the O doesn't have a value. It has the value of the area space it occupies. It shows you that the area space between what is the first O and the 7, okay, can have either using the 7 as the heart number to what are the next 2 O's, or what is first and last is the separation of what is O. Do you follow what I'm saying? O over to 7. The first number is 7. The third number is O. Or are you reading it the wrong way? Are you reading from left to right and the piano is the 24th key? Center C. But at the 23rd key, so piano at the 20, they're putting less and less ink to stop me from thinking. So piano on the 23rd key, okay, that is going to be what is also the 30th. Okay, when you're on piano, it's left to right, but I don't see it that way. I see it from right to left. When it is from right to left, it is one right all the way to 29 left is center C. Therefore, the 28th key, okay, is what is D on the piano. Left to right on the piano, you get the center C. It is the 24th key. When you get just before the center C, you are on the 23rd key. R, D, and TH. It is a corridor between that in which the WD, where the W and the X are the 23rd and 24th letter. Only one number separates them. Where the C and the D, the third and the fourth, only one number separates them. So why these two and these two? Because the 24th and the third letter equals 27. And the fourth and the 23rd letter equals 27. And 18 by 18 equals 324. Right? And the 18 by 18 is what splits the house. And 18 is used as chi, and 18 is the heart of Rubik's Cube. 1 is the area space, that is the division between all 9 area spaces in numbers. Is this still my channel? TikTok, did you throw me off? There's still 6 people here. What's going on? 6 people here and 6,000 likes. That was crazy what just happened. There were 6,000 something likes. 6,006, and it went to 59K in front of my eyes. That was the weirdest thing I just saw. Wow. Oh no, that wasn't what I saw. It was 303. That's what it was. Whoa. Okay. Oh my God. Hanging around bats. Why did you say that? Did you see that video? Did anybody ever look at, has anybody ever seen this girl before? Has anybody ever seen this girl before? Oh, and we forgot the reverse analogy of time. Although it's 303, it's also 1503, right? Army talk. And you know what Army talk also is related to? They put in the Y in Army to extend the arm as in RAM, as in Aries, central control RAM. The only thing it seems like the RAM is not controlling is what is that 7th membrane. Wow. I think the 7th, oh my God, I think I understand that 616 now. You know, it's under our breath, the communication in the house from the outside source, that when the string detaches at the end of the last breath, you awaken from the pedestal of what you sat on the throne, right? Interjecting between this house and the altar houses. Now, how are we kept connected in this game, it's very simple. It's a network. We all swim in the same ocean. It doesn't matter where you go. Bitcoin has demonstrated to everybody in the 15 years that you're here with Bitcoin, what has it demonstrated? It demonstrated if you understand how to use the key, you can never be lost for the 8 billion that are here. It's a filing system, it's an organization system of numbers. If you would know how every single I cannot speak for something I do not know. I just know the skeleton of what I was going to say. I'm going to say it. Showing me that there is one consistently connected to six. I must be connected to one B. How many B connections are there around one B? Which means, okay, I have a ball. I connect one lineage to this ball. How many of these will there be coming off this ball? Because for every one that there is, for the ball that's here, there's a ball here, and a ball here, and a ball here. And there's the element in between the ball, the fourth area space is going to connect here and here. So if any of one of these disconnects, it flips over to this one and then resets itself. The 3-1-3 or the 1-2-1 system between the male and the female of how the star system or the flower of life works. So when you look at the flower of life, you could either be looking on the lines of the flower or in between the lines of the flower. So I'm just trying to also express that when you stretch out on angles to reach other points on the flower, can you connect on the angle of 45 degrees that equates to what we do into this world in perfect mathematics, right? Oh, it's a 180 degree or it's a 90 degree. And when you make angle, you use the L. So when you use the L, you use the back up against, you used where? You know what? I'm going to tell you something. Not only is the household very important to put things in order and to clean up, clean the clutter, get all the ingredients, know all the right numbers, that after you clean up and put everything away and reset, I don't know where anything is now. So the angle that cuts the angle, the expression they gave to me. Now, what I'm doing is a word science. It's related to what is concrete. There's certain things that are concrete, certain things that are readable. Like I read on day 6 and day 6 of Genesis, it was land, animal, and man. Right? It was land, animal, and man. And in the L for angle, right? The letter L will represent 120 degrees. 120 degrees is on ice, the Kuiper belt of Pluto. So that is representation of hockey, where the halftime is in the middle of the period on the ice, running the Trinity in 120. Unlike the 4 periods, right? Or the 4 quarters running in 15 minutes, or in basketball, where basketball is explaining 12 minutes, but yet we have quarters that run in 15 minutes. So now I look at the difference. 1 and a quarter is that difference to 15. I know 555 multiplied is the 1 and a quarter. I also know that the area 5 in a 9 area space is the value of all the numbers. Everything is connected to the 5. Sorry, it's not all connected to the five. Sorry, in crossing through connecting the 10 worlds, it's all crossing through the five, and then the 5 5 5 5 connects to what is itself. Um, how many connections can I have with inside itself of 5 5 5? If you had four numbers and you connected with inside yourself, how do I get the four numbers? I get the 159. I get the 258. I get the 3 5. I get the 357. I get the 4 5 6. In each one of them, I got the 1 and 9 10. I have the 2 and 8 10. I have the 3 and 7 10. I have the 4 and 6 10. And it's one sounds like that song. It sounds like that song that's out there. You know that Jamaican song? I really like that Jamaican song. I am really in vibration with that Jamaican stuff. I am telling you. Do you know the teacher, right? A, B, C, D is 10, right? The reverse of 10 is Q. Q 17, the Q, the queen, the teacher. It's in the TH area. Only because I say it's the teacher, because when you write the word out, teach, there are 17 areas which uses Q. Do you know in bingo there's no J? So do you know what they use in bingo in replacement of J? So if you want to look up this number, what are the numbers under in bingo under number G?
According to Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia, the columns are labeled B, I, N, G, and O.
Oh no! Mickey Mouse, please help me out! I can't hear you! Say it again! Oh no! One more time! Do me in! So even in the game bingo, they have I and O inside the game, eh? I and O, and then they have B, N, and G. So that'd be 2 and 14 and 7. Wow. I already mentioned this earlier. When it's like win a big red sun, it's energy. You're connecting, you're powering up the oceans and the skies together. Okay, I'm going to show you how I did this earlier, how it matches. Bird might be bird, match it to the sky. Can I do that? And remember, I'm playing a game here. But if we can match bird to the sky, that would be great. Yes, you didn't even say it yet. I'll write it down. Very good. So airplane equals to a total of 76. The association of Mars and Earth. So what I get out of G is that the French exchanged the sound of G for a J. Another thing is the G being the seventh letter, 5 times 2, 5 plus 2, create both what is J and G. What is the association of 10? The association of 10 in creation is G. Why? You need A and B to create before you have what is left over connect, and that is where G connects over to C, and then you get a GC. So that would be 73 or 37, whichever way you want to associate this. At the same time, in this association, these numbers will be talking about the mutable number 3, which is going to be an air sign, Gemini. And you're going to also, it's going to be in the month of May, all right? May is number 57. It's going to be a month of flowers. The energy, the moon energy changes in the month. It's also male and female with inside a part of the month of May, in which switches over from Taurus, and we just switched into Gemini right now. I think we're on the 22nd day. Yes, we are. It's a Sun Sunday today. Today is an association between the V. It's a reverse alphabet day today. There's a lot of power, a lot of energy today, a lot of space, a lot of communication today. Are they? Oh, and it's 3:15. Besides that, A, E, and I, 180 plus 15, 3:15. Right? You do know that the 15th hour is 3 o'clock. You do know that 3:15 is A, E, and I. It also says ace. It's also 105 times 3. 105 is where each cube, 3.5 times 3 is 105. So what is it? Is 28. And then you go 28. And then you go 28 equals to 84. Just give me a second. And 21 equals to 105. And what this is this is the first, hold on a second. I just want to do this. 21 and 21 and 21 and 21 equals to 84. Okay, it's it's a representation of 1 1/4 connections, okay, with the 28-day cycle moon between what is the cube and what is the moon. One of them moves, okay, listen to this. 6 times 3.5 equals 221. How does that work? I have 24 hours in a day. How do I get 21? How do I get 24 hours in a day? So something's wrong. So I need another part of another cube. It continues on. And where does the number stop? It stops at number 28. It doesn't stop at 24. The only way to stop at 24 is either to go 8 by 3 equals to 24, 6 by 4 equals to 24, in where when you do this, you see these two over here, it's this what we want to see, how we create the 7th gate between 3 and 4. You see between 8 and 6, to create the day, we need the Earth and Mars to create the upper realm. See number 6 over here? Okay, and Scorpio over here, we're balancing off of Libra in every single one with the cube. So if I show you, I marked all these cubes up here. Somebody wants to send me a box. So when I show you 5 and 3, five times 3 is 15. 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 and 15 is 23. 2 and 3 equals to 5. 4 times 2, 4 plus 2 equals 8 and 6. 8 and 6 is 14. 1 and 4 equals to 5. Five times 3 is 15. 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 and 15 is 23. 2 and 3 is 5. The reverse cube of what is, okay, of what we just did, 5 and 3, is 2 and 4. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is 8 and 6. 8 and 6, 14. 1 and 4 is 5. Therefore, in star math, they are the same. Now, what is this number over here? In order to bring them into the house of Vet, the split house, we must bring every number to a single digit. 5 and 5 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. 7 and 3 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. 2 and 8 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. 6 and 4 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. It just so happens, Okay, that 57 equates to the numeric value of the moon, both male and female, 5G, electric moon. And when you connect the electric moon, you create what is the assembly of 1 and 1 and 1 and 2. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 creates 1 and 2, 3. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 is 2 and 3, 5. When this is created, you have now joined the lower world, okay? Or the left and the right, or the upper, or the half space has now been shared. The clock has now been divided. How is 5 like 3? What is 30 seconds is 50% of what is 100% of 60 of time. 60 seconds is 100% of time. So I now perceive what is 5 to what 3 is of time. How I bring the metrics together, how to measure time. Now there's different kinds of time. Oh, here, I wanted to show you the piano, the 24th key from left to right. The 23rd key, okay, is when I stop before the center C. The 23rd key, okay, reverse is D. The 24th key, reverse is C. When you run through the corridor, okay, of what is C and D, why is it a corridor? 3 times 3, 9. 3 plus 3, 6. When you use D, you get 9. When you use A, you get 6. When you have BC in all the houses, the separation of 10 in one house it's 6, and the other house it's 9. It's 1.5 times the difference in the 33. In between this of what is ABC 6 and what is ABC 10 is showing you what is the difference between 3 and 4. They're showing you right here. So we need to reflect this, and then we need to reflect this. This is only what comes from, okay? These two are what comes from breaking this up, and then we expand it to get E, F, G, H, I. And then we work with inside creating what is both the offense and the defense with inside the house. And then the intermediate between that offense, the judgment amongst oneself, taking the judgment amongst oneself and bringing it out to the world and becoming itself as 3 with the 1, the operator that brings this house and that house together, equating to what is 4, but you don't get to have the 4th one. That is part of the double connection. That is the way. I'm still talking here. How come nobody else started talking? Oh, they're talking to me. All right. Okay. Just give me a minute. Christopher's out here. He's laughing. So what are we looking for, Christopher? Do we have to, are we in the kitchen? Is there a tree outside? Is it raining outside? Oh, it's 3:24. Okay. So 3:24 is 3:24. Okay, there's something coming. Okay, there's an empty nest right now. Something is coming through where there is an empty space right now because it's the zero that is opened in the center. We know it's three areas. The minute you have three areas, it equals to 36 times 3. It's 37 times 3 equals to 111. Or it's 27 by 3 equals to 81. Who, me? What am I talking about? I just told him. I told him it was 27 times 3 and 37 times 3. Okay, I'm taking away the 36. No, not yet. So if I counted from 1 to 36, 1, 2, 3, 4. Should I fast forward it? 36 equals to 666. But when I add the extension of 1 and 36, it equals to 37. So when I go 3 times 37, it equals to a total of 111. So every set of 6 numbers, okay, and there are 6 sets of 6 numbers, and each one of those sets will be equal to 111. So let's say you had, I don't know, I'm just trying to think of a number, 22, 23, and 24. So your crisscross of 24 will be 13, 14, and 15. And then you'll end up with this, and that'll equal 111. So when the Pope passed on, he passed on the 111th day. So that is the heart of the 36. One of the things about 36 is 36 inches, we get a yard. So they're using it there. There must be a reason for that practicality. 36 in roulette wheel, in which you have 3 rows of 12, and very distinctly you can see that the cardinal are all in one row. You can see that the fixed are all in the center row, and that you can see that the mutable are all in its row. And you can see that in the first 2 rows, right? You see up there, right? In the first 2 rows, all you see is 857142. That's it. In the first 2 rows. Now, if you're wagering horizontal versus vertical, remember, there's 12 numbers horizontal in roulette, and there's 12 numbers to a vertical wager. It's a 1 by 12 area, or it's what is a 4 by 3 equals to a 12 area. So this also has to be looked at, that if you're a mechanic, what does this mean? If you're a mechanic, I don't know, a computer mechanic, it doesn't matter what industry you are, where does this come together? Remember, on this cube, the 3 and the 4, they own the same 1. Pi, that's pi. What you see here equating into the 7 days, that's pi. Use it, divide it by 7. Everything in pi divides by 7, and it expands to right here. Everything that divides us up. This is the expansion of pi over here until it equals to the last number in pi. 999.99. Does pi end? No, there is a full notation in its rotation. And you can doubt me, but then I want to know where they got this fictitious number from. And I'm only saying it's fictitious because nobody has told me the answer yet. You bought a fish, 153, the divided energy station. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. You must have felt good for the next week. You want to hear something? 111 minutes, 222 minutes, 333 minutes, 444 minutes, 555 minutes. Do you know what they all have in common that their algorithm runs with? In 111 minutes, you're going to have 151. In 222 minutes, you are going to have 3 hours, okay, and 42 minutes. Did I say that? And 42 minutes. In 333 minutes, okay, you are going to have 5 hours and 33 minutes. Okay. In 444 minutes, you are going to have 7 hours, 24 minutes. In 5 hours, 55, okay, you're going to have 9 hours and 15 minutes. Okay. 1 and 5, 6, 4 and 2, 6, 3 and 3, 6, 2 and 4, 6, 1 and 5, 6, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. We all know in this one over here what it is, and this is the 24-hour day we run. This is the expression of a portal. This is the expression of a portal. They both run the same number in Hebrew. They use the Gimel in English. They use the C. It's what runs the house between 222 and 444. Would you like to know where they show up? Well, we're going to check it out. Let's check out the answer. This is a mathematical wizard. This is, if you ever been to Walt Disney, well, we should have balloons and cakes in the background right now. Every time we get a right answer, one of those cakes should pop out. You know, which cake is number 42? I like that pink in the background. I'm a big fan of pink, you know. So 222 divided by 7 equals to 222 belongs in the 5th house. Now 444 belongs in the 3rd house. 444 is right here in the 4th house. 1, 2, 3, 4. See that? Now 222 divided by 7 equals to 7, 1. So that's the 5th house. So it's the 3rd house and the 5th house that joins that together. So I want to see where that joining together was. 342 and 724. 324, 342. I prefer to use this association. I cannot, if I want to do this, I would like to start, okay, since there is no 666 in this, because if I did do 666, it's going to equal to 06. Right? So I want to break it up and use 2 hours and use 2 hours and 9 hours to calculate this, right? That's the way I would want to do 666 by 2 hours and 9 hours. So 2 hours and 9 hours. No, that doesn't work because there's going to be a 6 as a result at the end. So one has to get a 2, the other would have to get a 4. So in order to get 11 hours, one has to be double the other. 3 and 6. 3 and 3 is my only number. Anyways, whatever the result is, so what it is 111 is the heart of 36. When you add 1 to 36, which creates 1 yard, which is a ruler, is how they're determining possibly the 12 inches into basketball and then using the terms beyond the arc. They're also giving you the chance for one of the rare 4-point plays. You show me a sport other than what I don't know in rugby, other than what I have not associated with snooker. I'm associating my 4 with other realms in this instance, but the corridor runs between 3 and 4. Roulette bet, they're picking me up for a roulette betting strategy. No betting strategy here. Now, what's ironic is that if you want to understand the time of 111 or 222 or 333 or 444 or 555, okay, does anybody know anything about that? When you do any equation, it doesn't matter what you do. When you see the symbolism, like 3 and 4 is here and here, 3 times 71 or 4 by 71, there's a corridor between here and here. Therefore, I know that at 333, okay, to 444, okay, is a corridor. I also know 28 is a representation within the moon and 3 cycles passing within the day. With this said, between the 3rd and the 4th hour, it also tells me the relationship between 3 by 8 equaling to 24, and it's 120 degrees hockey, and the 4 by 9 equals to 30. The 4 by 6 equaling to 24. Now, what does this do? I need to keep running my quarters and my trinity. It's not really 999. It really ends at 9 and all of 9. You know what I'm saying? It's just all of 9. That's all it is. And 9 is what shows up on a face. So this 4 by 624 is what equates to 90 degrees. So if I use 120 degrees or I use 90 degrees, I'm going to look at 120 degrees times 360. I'm going to use 4 by 90 degrees, 360. I may also say 4 by 120 degrees, okay, equals to 480, or shrink it down to say the 4 quarters in basketball that has a relationship to the 12-inch ruler, but it breaks up into the zodiac that when the 88 constellations come together, I like to say 88, 44, 22, and 11. Decomposition, 88, 80, what is 72? What is 64? So to understand that if I'm breaking it up by what is 8, 16, 24, 32, 40, 48. So if I did that, you want to see something? Check this out. Wow, this is way, way, way too far back. Oh my God, no, this is not good. Are you there? Yeah. Yeah. How is it? Did I get water? Oh boy. No, but I will tell you one thing. I did get water, but give me just 1 minute because I have to relinquish a little bit of water. Has anybody ever been here before? Has anybody ever been into this house? Right. This is the Alphabet house. This is where, if you're looking at emojis and how emojis tell stories, right? Right. Another brick on the wall, right, is your teacher. So when they were building bricks, what were they actually doing? Just give me a minute. I don't know anybody wants to see anything. You know, one of my favorites is these. I got to go to the number one room there, but this is one of my favorite over here. Just give me a minute. Yeah, we're gonna take 2 minutes. I'm just gonna put this a little bit louder. You guys want to chat over there? Go chat, and just give me a minute. I'm good. I'm good. Yourself? Still doing this shit. What's that? Okay. Right. My one question is, what phone do you I'm just going to plug it in now. Yes, so so we're down to downgrading here a little bit. So, okay. So did we see what went on in the last piece? Did we see what went on in the last piece? Hello, everybody. So in the last piece, what we finished with is 111 is 71 minutes. 222 is 2 times 71. So this is A or 0. It is 71 itself. So do I say 071 and no association? Or what is the heart of the beginning of the association of what is the association? So when I do the 333, it's 213. So what is this? What is this? Why 3? Why not 4 numbers? What happens if I got to the 24th hour? There's no 25th hour. There's no 26th. So what would you do? Well, in the 25th hour, I would say I have to connect tomorrow, the first 3 hours of tomorrow, into today. That when I arrive at the 27th hour, would have relinquished. Okay, would have relinquished. Right? When you go 2 parts, 2 times 12 is 24. So we connect to the next 2. So when I count the next day, how many days will I go by that I will run the alphabet over 26 hours? So what is that number? So I'm going to go 24 hours, and I have the 26 alphabet. What is that? Yes, 24 equals to the word cat. And 26? Yeah, 26 is going to equal to the word dog. What did you say? Oh, the cat is, the 24th letter is X, and the reverse is C, CX for cat, and dog is D and D, what? 8? Oh, I'm sorry. So the cat is CXFU, and the dog is AZHS. Do you know, it took me a while. You know, I saw it, I said it, and I had no idea why I said it. So this is what happens. We have the 24 hours, cat. We have the 26 alphabet, dog. The 24th letter, X. The reverse alphabet, C. The total of 24 is 6. The reverse alphabet is U. The H8 for the dog, A reverse Z. Here we've chopped off AB. You know, if I had to close out the alphabet here between the cat and the dog, here I'd have the entirety within the dog. But over here, I'm missing both A and B and Y and Z, which is 5103. So I'm going to be missing a total of 54. This one's going to be equal to 351. And this one's going to be missing 54. So it's going to equal to 297. Difference between these two. What does this mean? When you take away A and B and you take away Y and Z, 25th and 26th, Mars holds that vibration. Mars holds that creation. 135, you see this? What they held back is the same thing over here. 3, 5, 1. You know what that says? The abbreviation You are my time machine. I want you to tell me when do 24 and 26 meet for the first time when you multiply the number, and what is that answer? I'm not leaving. Somebody wants to come up. Thank you for being here. I don't know what your name is. It's got lips on it there. So let me see what your name is. Oh, it's Rachel or it's Raquel. Raquel is cool. Oh, I don't know if that's a coup. Rachel is a coup. That's a number sign. So Rachel is co-10 or co-01. Like if you say 0, like the minute you say 0, you know, 0 could be an operator. If you draw a line in 0 or through 0, you might be talking about a passage or the letter Q. The letter Q and the letter J, right? They are the reverse. So the Queen Jack become a reverse of each other. And you want to hear the ironic thing about this is the Jack has 6 eyes and the Queen has 8. And you know what? That's exactly how the separation is. Exact. Which means that if that story is true, that means the Jack holds the 4 and the Queen only holds the 2. And if the Jack's holding the 4, you know what that means, right? That means Jack is holding on to everything that is 6. And if it's holding on to what is 6, it shows it's the half-life. It has 2 and 2 cards, 2 and 2 suits, okay? 3 suits, okay, are part of the association to the Trinity. The diamond suit is unlike the other suits. The diamond suit, when you're talking about the Jack, when you come to the King of Diamonds, it has a suit, okay, and the diamond suit goes both ways. So we have, when we replace these letters, I'm going to now look at the alphabet and go, hey, Ma, look at that. When you say a word, instead of going using the A, you just say ace, because in the deck of cards, it's ace. And the J, call it Jack, and the Q, call it the Queen. But you do know that's only one dimensional. So we're going to switch it up and we're going to put these. In the French house, the A doesn't switch. English and French, they both use the A. But the Jack becomes a valet. So instead of 10, it's 22. Instead of a king, it becomes the R18. Look at that. The K is the 11th card, eh? And so is Aquarius. It also shows you a sideways V onto what is that. Everybody knows an 11 is an X1 to create 11 in its own. If I had to recreate this through Roman numerals, what would this look like? I am only giving you one dimension as we live in the skeleton of understanding. This is that truth. Let me see. They meet up at 312. 2 to the power of 2 times 3 times 13. 2 to the power of 3, times 3 times 13 equals to 8 times 3 times 13. Okay, equals to what is 24 times 13 equals to 312. So that's actually good because it's a 13. Do you know that? Because that's where we match up with the Mayans. And also 312 is an equivalent in Trinity to 104. 104 is an equivalent to what is, again, 26, right? 26, 52, 104, 104 by 3, 312. So at what dimension? Because if we have to start with Trinity and I start with 24, or should I not be starting with 24? There's many questions I still have to ask myself. The tetrahedron is 720. The dodecahedron is 6480. The hexahedron is 2160, which is 6 by 6 by 6, or 6 by 6 by 60. So I have to think about that. So we're restructuring from those perfect numbers exactly what's going on this planet right now. So if you're thinking about exiting, why don't you tell me what the numeric value of exit is? And you know what? Since you're talking about number 8, we're going to talk about Chaldean. And exit is 10, 11, 15. So right away, I know something right away. First of all, I have to make up these answers. Area 51, 5 and 1 vibration, 3 days by 1440 minutes equals to 432, 0. That's where in between 5 and 1 is 432. What is the importance of 432? I don't know. If we can get some scientists in here so I can show them what we do with the numbers, how they move around, maybe we can understand this a little bit more. But what I do know, okay, is when you get 4 times what is 432, you come to a block cycle. It equals to 5760. Would you like to know what year that is? Right? That was the year 2000. A block cycle ended. 5,760 Hebrew time to the year 2000, which is equivalent to 4 times 1440, or 8 times 720, which is the master hexahedron 8 times. Do you know what the 9th one is? It's a dodecahedron. There is no 8, and it ends a cycle on 8, and there is no 8. Isn't that doesn't that freak you out a little bit? Let me see if I got that right. Yeah, 8 by 7 is 56 and 120. Yeah, I just don't get it. I have to redo this again. Okay, the dodecahedron is 9 by 720, okay, equaling to what is 6480. Okay, the step before the end cycle of a dodecahedron is 5760. That was the year 2000. Does anybody see how precise this system is? So isn't it ironic that when we started with the cat, okay, here, why did we go here? X is the 24th letter, cat is 24. Dog is the 26th letter, Z is 26. 2 and 4 is 6, 2 and 6 is 8. It divides the 7th gate. The total is F, reverse alphabet is U. H and S. Why the H and S? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. Okay. The F is for the 6. The H is for the here. This is their reverse alphabet here, both equal to 27. So the other thing is in between here, okay, is number 25. Earth fits in between here. This missing piece, right? We skipped over the cat and the dog. The missing piece is right here. 315. 315, and what's missing? 315. Ironic, right? Equaling to 16, 18. Equaling to what is 9? 9 and 18. Both 9s. Love equals to 54. It's a perfect word. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Love begins at 3, 4, 5, and 6. It doesn't begin here. Love begins here because it begins with the cat. It doesn't begin with the dog. It doesn't begin with the 8. It begins with the 6. The thing is, within this side of the house, they went up as high as 7, but in the house of what I call the 7th gate Gematria, okay, there are 2 times what is the 7th, let's call it the 7th number or gate. or DNA, and there are 4 times 1 through 6. Want me to tell you why? In Gematria, when you're counting the alphabet, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so when you get to 7, so 3, 12, 24, dog and cat has to do with communication, by the way. And that's exactly what it is. Because also, the cat will represent the hexagon. I forgot to do that. Hexagon. And the dog is going to represent the octagon. So how many sixes are in 312? So there's 50 times 6. It's 52 times 6 equals to 312. And it's 8 times 30. 8 times 39. 8 times 9 equals to 72. 8 by 3 equals to 24. Right. It's 8 times 39 equals to 312, and it's 52 by 6. I should have known that because the cat and the dog are 6 and 8. Hexagon is 6. Octagon is 8. There are 4 hexagons created in the house of the octagon. So I went 8 by 30 is 240. 8 by 9 is 72, and 240 is 312. 6 by 52 is 312. They now equate. So now we understand that the 52 weeks equate at 6. The 39 weeks, okay, if we want to work at a 39 weeks, you know what's at 39 weeks? That's right. That's right. That's right. To be born. Communication. I'm just trying to, yeah, I need a little bit of water. Do you know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to do myself a favor. It's my favorite temperature outside. Me and the Addams family, we have something in common. Would you like me to tell you what that is? Okay. Love gangs in New York. Love that style. Love Chicago. Love New York. Love Detroit. Love Boston. Right? I like the dunes and the downs and the outs. Do I like the ritzy? I like the ritzy too. But you know what? I want to go to the stories. I want to know where the heart, where the real heart lies. I want to see somebody, slip their hand into somebody else's pocket, sometimes to take and sometimes to give. I don't know. There's something that's so vibrating about that Archie Bunker from the 70s, knowing my grandfather and knowing my father and seeing the difference between there is nothing better or grander than a grandfather and a great grandfather, especially one that has such an open heart. To see how your mother acts and to learn that within time, as the passing goes, you understand why your mother is doing what she does, what it means to vibrate, and what one will do to vibrate with inside themselves. Are they to generate their own personal goodness? Or is their goodness only to give to others, where what they receive are the smiles, where they get to be accepted, and where their words or the participation is accepted amongst the group, where they share themselves wholeheartedly. Because there is a give and take on every single level, no matter how much the grandmother is going to give. If they're not willing to listen, or you're not willing to listen, well, there's no association. It's not a one-way street. Because remember, who is of thee now, you are and may become. And if you're not, then you'll never know, and do not know. So you do not know. So therefore, how can you speak? King of Queens. um, if you want to talk about ancient and people laughing, I can see it now. They're all laughing at us. Okay? They're laughing at us. They're laughing at us. They say, ah! Oh, if they only knew you can push a button and have service and then you didn't have to do anything. If they only knew how easy it was. But even if you knew how easy it was, without knowing how hard it is, how can you appreciate anything you get so easy or you get on demand? Now, the thing that you do not get on demand is when or what is it that creates your desire? What is it that gives you your personal, your personal relationship within your soul to that Father, to where you vibrate from within your own thoughts, that you vibrate? Do you need to vibrate? Does a child get excited? Is that a vibration? And you might be vibrating off of others, but remember, what one vibrates of and on is also, desensitizing, and mixing of energies does desensitize. So you have to know how to get on and off, the intersection between the difference, between the two. And it happens not when you're with others, it even happens alone. Each one of us within our own selves is a 9. 6 sides. How we are made, how we can communicate and associate for the mind, the body, and the soul within inside the house. And we are not the house, but the house of who we are. The 8 and the 9 is the coming into the house, assuming to what is alike the house. How do we exit the matrix? Is it the Titanic? Do we have to melt the iceberg? Do we have to make them work for it? Where does the steam come from? Is it from the generators? Is it from the memory, from the association of all the words spoken and keeping memory vif? Do you know what memory vif is? Vif is alive in the oceans, in the waters, live memory, right? In the moon, out of the moon, in, out, this, that, the other thing, keeping this memory alive. As I understand, through the deck of cards, through Monopoly and other associated games, that's it. So why did they let so many people onto this place? Others say there's a PO here, which is a Portai Organic. Some people call it NGCs. I have my own version of understanding this. I don't want to say a he said, she said until I have a full numeric analysis of it. The 8888 is the entirety of the numbers of the house, and we can't leave out the association between the planets because they are part of who we are. So we've basically arrived there now. The star system is made up of what is 888, 888, 888, 888, 888. But within all these stars, we never when they're concaved into octagons, all the corners get chopped and they're no longer all the corners of what is going to equate to, hold on a second, 58 and 90, 148 will be 45, and it'll be 74. You're going to chop off 148. Okay, let me just do that. 888 minus minus 148 equals 2047. 740. 6 feet 2 inches. Number 6 and 2. Okay, that'll be the queen. So Jesus and the queen. 74 is the numeric value of the heart of numbers of the octagon. When you add up 74, 58, and 90, and 66, 74, and 82, and then 62, 74, and 86, that equals to 666. If you add 70, 74, and 78, that's 222. It equals 888, and that's the basis of the star. When you add up 1 through 36, it equals to 666. So the star is expanded, okay, by 1/3. Now the star is in quarters. You've expanded. You follow what I'm saying? And when you get to what is the octagon, you come up to a stop. Do you think it's possible I could have lost that again? Okay. Okay, let me do this. I need a vacation that I can go somewhere where it's nice and warm, where they can give me part of the teacher. Do you know why part of the teacher? I spoke before. The TH world for teacher begins at 4, ends at 20, 420, when we bridge things together. But it's not only there. The 3x3 and the 4x4 corridor begins with P and H. The Trinity is within the Y. The mushroom head, right? The free roaming mushroom head that takes up from the stem, equaling all the strands put together. Harmonic creation. Have you ever pushed it together? Do you want to know where it comes pushed together? Right here. I do it. Wow. That's like really crazy, you know? That's like crazy. Wow. Yes, cleanliness is I think it's very important. Things definitely have to be in order. But I've been on this kick lately, you know, and this, it's not nutmeg. It's, is it nutmeg? I don't know. And then this, garlic. Oh my God, it's been here 3 weeks and the temperature must be perfect because it's still good. Oh, it's so sweet. What can you want more than to smell this fresh garlic? or onion. Oh, man. That's all I ever wanted was this garlic and this onion. That's all I ever wanted. Really, I'm serious. Oh, yeah. I just wanted this onion and this garlic and this nutmeg and this cube and this cube. That's all I ever wanted. And and this calculator. That's all I ever wanted. That's all I ever wanted. I never wanted anything else. I'm gonna take a look around and see if there's. You think there's anything out there we can find? Is there anything like out there? What can we find out there? All I ever wanted was a protractor and a calculator just to help me out go a little bit quicker. But no, it's not the calculator to help me out. It's positioning. I need to know that 1 and 6 matches up, right? Are we going to check that 1 and 6 matches up? So 1 and 6 matches up. You remember what I said? We broke apart 4 numbers. Was it 1 set, right? 1, 3, 7, and 9 broke apart. And what did they do? 4, 6, 8, and 2 came in. And they went in between. What about 5? 5, the Taurus field. They brought the 2 energies together and they forced the field inside there. Whew. Wow. Oh, got that in. And they forced it, and they forced it, and they forced it until we had layers. Okay? Layers upon layers. And they kept forcing it until you can look down and I can almost see through it. But I'd have to be like a shell. And I'd look like a sea turtle like that. Because every time you turn me, I look like Rubik's Cube. Number 5, the heart. You know that Rubik's Cube is actually 1, 2, 3 levels. 1, 2, 3 levels. 1, 2, 3 levels. That's Rubik's Cube. That's this. This is connected to our alphabet. What I put up on here before. Let's get rocking. What do we want to know? Why are you here? Because whatever I have to share from now to the end of this video is going to talk about number 13. It's going to talk about number 17. It's going to talk about things you want to know, not what I know. Only by association could we know more. One of the other things, and thanks for reminding me, okay, is the 216. And what it is U is the 21st letter and F is the 6th letter. 216 is what is 6 times 6 times 6 equals to 216, right? And that's the size of a hexahedron is 2160. The size of the hexahedron platonic solid is 2160. 6 by 6 by 6 is 2160. The moon diameter is 2160. The F reverse alphabet is U and what created it, so FU2, and this is what happened when we came on through. The 666 is what is 18. And what is the 666? Okay? That when you equate it together, it equals to 234. The 18 is going to be what goes around the Rubik's Cube, is what separated the cube. If we want, we can use this. Has anybody ever seen Rhoda Sater? There was a movie made on this. I don't know why. Okay. There was a movie made on this. In this kind of structure, this would be the third area. This is a 5x5 area. This is the third area. 3 at the heart of 5. Remember we did that thing before, right? We're 5 people here. Do you see this? 3 times 3, 9. 3 plus 3, 6. I only need, I brought this up so you can see, if you ask yourself, what is the cat and what is the dog in the star system structure, I will show you three lines. 3 lines equals 6. The fourth line will be connecting here to here. I bring the octagon into it. If I want to show you, do I have do you know that when you create a game, okay, when you create a game, you have no border. If you create a game with a singular border, or do you create a game with a duplicate border, do you know what the difference is? This is no joke. This is not just a game. These are nothing. Everything comes from games, but they explain what's going on in the math and in area space. Even if somebody is using a terminology of something that is round, even in physics, no matter what they do, numbers are not round. Numbers are square. The minute they start adding in letters, I will go direct and jump onto the letter. I will not use the letter that they use. I will take the letter and I will try to understand why they chose that letter. Even in MC squared. In fact, I want to see why they chose that letter. How did you build that equation? Don't show me jump from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock without showing me. Show me. I want to see. I show you everything. And you know, when you're scrying, when you're reading the numbers, when you're thinking, don't talk to me. And if you do talk to me, I don't know what I'm going to answer you, but I will tell you I'm going to be nice. But I'm going to be burning inside. When I'm thinking, I like to write. Sometimes it's hard to listen unless you're staying on the same subject. And when I'm listening to music, I want to hear this. I don't want to hear words. Don't give me any directive by putting on any music. I don't want to hear it. Now, if you're talking about rock and roll, okay, or if you put on Bugs Bunny, it's a little different. Because you know what Bugs Bunny said to me? The last tribulation is by Herbert Hoover Dam, underneath the dams at Lake Mead. But it's not Lake Mead, okay? Read that word. It's demon, okay? It's the one control for the tabulation of all the numbers. Now, there was one answer in 1958, I think it was. Do you know who came up with that answer to this? Kennedy. Kennedy announced it himself. Does anybody remember what that is? Everything I talk about can be found in the news, on a news site. Whatever I talk about TikTok, you can find it somewhere. So before you judge me, okay, based on something, I promise you, okay, that I will not be biased, okay, to what somebody wants to be called. But right now, I will tell you something, that looking at myself, I'm getting extremely hungry for something that's like caramel, because that's what this shirt looks like. For some reason, I really like this. But now that I thought of it again, I just remembered the dogs last week. And now I'm not sure if I like it anymore. Well, I liked it for a minute. Now I don't like it. Okay, switch my minds. Must be one of them 16 personality disorders. What do you mean 16 different personality disorders? Without the one making the difference, we are all stagnant and the same. The movement in the rotation of the TH house, or what is noted to be, I like to call it as the teacher. Okay, I like to go as the teacher, which is 4th through 20th. Okay, is also noted as 1 all the way to the 17th. Just give me a second. I want to see something. Right. So when I go 1 through 16, I can create an equation when I go 2 through 17. Right. I create by putting 1 through 2 equaling to what is 3. So now I'm going to go to 3 to what is 15. And now I can split and create running the corridor 4 through 14. Ta-ta-da-da. So what just happened here? I wanted separation here. So first I counted 1. Now I made a mistake, but doesn't matter. Okay, first I counted 4 over to 17. There are 17 spaces that run with TH. So because it's TH, I write down the word T and H. Teach. So because there are 17 areas, I need a way in and a way out. So first I'm going to count 4, okay, 5, okay, I'm going to go all the way to 19, and then I'm going to go, hold on a second, then I'm going to go 5, 6, all the way to, hold on, this is going to be 18, 19, this is going to be 19, 20. So this, okay, is going to use 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It'll use 16. This one, starting at 5 and ending at 20, will also add on 16 numbers. The difference that they create of the 17 is you can't touch the beginning and at the end at the same time. Now, my question is, Okay. Should I count the entire cube? Because the entire cube goes from 1 all the way to 21. I'm hoping you can understand this. The cube has 21 dots. When you count 1 to 21, it equals to 231, which is 3 by 77. The power of Christ, 77. 1 and 4 equals to 5. It brings on a feminine divinity within the oceans. The power of Christ, bringing on the child, brings divinity within the oceans. It makes what is the male. 7 times 7, 7 plus 7 is 14, and 49 equals to 63. So over here, in the second way to look at this, forget about the teacher now coming over here. Now I'm going to show you the true expansion. The expansion within this one here is 1 through 20 equals to 210. 2 through 21 equals to 230. So look at this as being 3. Look at this as being 5. Two different worlds coming together. This one colliding in between this one. 3, 5, 2, 3. They collide in together. Just to note one thing is 1 through 21 equals to 231. 3 by 77. This is where power of the Christ comes in. This is where the 7 times 7 equals to 49. In the equation on the reduction, 7 by 7, 49. 7 plus 7, 14. 14 and 49, 63. 4 and 9 is 13. 14 is 14. 4 and 5. 4 and 5, that's the passage. There's another passage over here. If you're not going to notice it, I'm going to tell you what it is. The alphabet splits right over here. The game of pool between the 13 and the 14 splits the alphabet. The M and the N split over here. Number 27 is the numeric value. The reverse alphabet equals to 27. When you bring 1 and 2 together, okay, when you bring 1 and 2 together equaling to 3, 3 times 6, 3 plus 6 equals to 18, 9 equals to 27. Once you completed the 3, you have your first tetrahedron that will run through the corridor to itself, but itself on the other side is noted to be number 4. Number 2 itself on the other side is noted to be number 5. Number 1 itself on the other side is number 6. Now this is in the house of the 7th gate. This is not 10. This is the 7. Okay, when you hook up to the system. The lower house hooks up to the system through the cube. It equals to 7. But because we use other denominations for numbers in the upper house, right? What looks like a 1, okay, is a 9. What looks like a 2 is an 8. What looks like a 3 is a 7. What looks like a 4, okay, is now a 6. Each one of them will equate to 10. So you're going to get the average of 5. So far, so good. And I need to get something to drink. Get them chains off of me, Sally. Do you know it's more expensive to own a horse today than a Cadillac? Rules, laws, regulations, you know. In my game that I create, I play the same suspension system, okay, that we run on cars. There's only going to be so much of this. There's only going to be so much of this. There's only going to be so much of this. There's only going to be so much of that. Mind your own business. Certain things are not anybody's business. But because we don't have enough information or enough valid information, okay, in order to give reason, okay, to why you made that choice, okay, are we ignorant? So I already know by my calculation that we live in ancient times. That when we leave and when we come in, we're coming from beyond. At what time can we come in? Only after the breath. When does the first breath begin? The first breath of ascension within the house, the ascension within the house, but not from outside the house yet, is at the 91st day. 13 times 7, 91. It's the same workings that they do with the Mayan clockwork. That's our first ascension in the 91st day of conception. Between 84 and 91 is that week's passing. Look it up. Where do I get the numbers from? The dice cube. They're telling a story. That's the story they tell. This is where it matches. Why do we lose our hair? What happened in 2020 happened in 1984. What happened? Why did we lose our hair? I have a question. Did pigs ever have more hair than they have now? What used to be a pig is no longer a pig. Was it a rabbit? I asked that question. Land, animal, and man, what gave angle to the trinity of the house we live? Translated into words to numbers. If I don't make any sense, tell me, ask me, show me. Makes no difference to me. Makes no difference if I'm wrong. I'm only looking to be right. If you can correct something or you don't understand, I'm here. And you're here. Makes the two of us. Only 16 discs on Saturn? That's quite interesting. Is that disc? I like the word disc. So listen, a little tired. It's 4:44. We're going to take a break right now. What I wanted to show you before this last thing, before I take a big break, I did the bingo thing. J goes into a G. It's also part of the Y family. 5 times 5 is 25, right? And that's in the Y family, 25. So the fifth, the ocean, where the power comes from, right? 5 times 5 equals to 25, and that's Y. And that'll bring the bayou together. The B is the reverse alphabet of that. Is there a correlation anywhere to a 7? Yes, 7 will correlate with 4, equaling to 28. And that'll equal to what is A1. But it's A1 when it connects the power station. What is that? 28 is the cycle of the moon. And when it brings 28 together, the 7 times 4, 28, and the 5 times 5, 25 both correlate underneath the fixed zodiac sign, therefore qualify for that equation. 28-day cycle. This is just a rotation all the way around the same zone. 100% of time, 100% is 60 seconds. So 100% is 60 seconds. Did I see the monkey? Did anybody see the monkey? So when you're playing blackjack, right? And you hear somebody call the monkey is when the dealer has a 12, right? All the way, or sorry, when the dealer has a 2, all the way up to a 6. And you're hoping that the dealer has to pull a card. And when you're hoping that the dealer gets a monkey, which is a 10 and over. Although the dealer can pull up to 26 because they stand on 17. They're both what is a 6 and 2, 8, and 1 and 7, 8. We're all calling for the monkey, thinking the monkey has a chance to be what is the 10 card. Did I hear that monkey with the organ grinder out there? If the monkey comes by with the organ grinder, just, tip your hat and put something inside of his box. So what we have now, and I drew this up already, but I'm doing this again. That's what I need. That's why the monkey's coming around, because this is getting harder by the year. So the basis in the first house, in the larger of houses, before the house gets split apart. If I split apart this house, and instead of this being just 2 by 2, okay, it becomes a 2 by 2 by 2. Instead of my other house being a 3 by 3 equals to 9, okay. So when the house is pulled together, right, this is a 3 by 3 9 face, or a 3 by 3 cubic area space. Here, it's a 2 by 2. If it gets split apart, and I use these as corners, I have 8 corners all split apart by the cross. In the crossing, there's 18 area spaces. 6, 6, 6, if you want to look at it that way, right? But 6 of them will consist of the heart here. And then you're going to have 1 here, 1 here, and 2 on the other side is 4. 1 here, 2 on the other side is 4. And then the skimlet, okay, the one in the center of this cube. It's the difference between what I'm calling Earth and Mars. The octagon is when I run this here, is I run this star here. This locks it all up. By removing just one of these lines, I can get any one of these others. This is one octagon creating all these hexagons, which looks like the percentage key. which is found on number 5. Unlike the number 6 where you find the hat. But you know the thing is on the number 4 and the number 3, right? Here's number 3, here's number 4. So every single time you say number, you represent Earth. Every time you use a dollar sign, okay, you represent money. The 3 parts of a house, 9 to the 4 parts of a house of the quarter. 3 times 120, 4 times 90. 3, okay, 3 of 3 equals 1. And the other one is 4 of 4 equals 1, right? 4 divided by 4. And this is the basis of that same corridor gate that comes together. We were just at 444. Somebody called out 444. And if you want to see 444, let me show you 444 upside down. Here is 444. But before I start, I go from the bottom, I go up like this and like this, or do I go like this, like this, like this, like this? So I go, start down here, I go up, I hold on a second, I go, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Or if you're a righty, it's oh my God, it's oh my God, oh my, why am I not doing that? Or is it always like that? Why don't I get to go to that side? Why am I praying to that side? Do I have to put my two knees on the floor? Hold on a second. Do you want me to put my two knees on the floor? Anybody from Canada out there? Yeah. You're praying, want to put your two knees on the floor there. You come to my house, you start praying over here. Here at my place, let me take this out of my pants pocket here and show you what I got. When I put my two knees down, right? When I put my two knees down here in Canada, here is a toonie. That's a toonie. You see the two over there? Right? This is what they call a toonie in Canada. Represents the $2 coin. And when I pray in Canada, you want to come pray, you put down a toonie. Now look how things, I didn't make it any bigger. I didn't make it any bigger, right? I didn't make it any bigger. This is going to envelop. Oh no, the moon is so big. No, the moon is so big. I thought it was so small last month. Oh, the moon is so small, but I don't see it so good. Do you not see the moon? I see a part of the moon. Oh, I'm sorry. I see a part of the moon. You do? Yes, the moon is out. Do you see it? I can barely see the other side. Look how small the moon is. Look how small the moon is. Look, here's the moon. Wait a second. Oh no, it's on this side. Okay, toodaloo, I gotta go on break. I just gotta go on break right now. So we have too many people have joined this channel, too much chatter. Stop. What did you say? Are you my friend? You're an onion. I'm a human. Yes, okay. Oh, and you know you're an onion. I know you know. Why did I say you're an onion? Oh, because I like you, onion. You smell so good. I don't think anything smells as good as this onion, I swear. Oh, God. You know what? What gets you more excited, your eyes or your nose? I say my nose. That's why I hate perfume. It's like disgusting. Well, you know, I have an aura. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I do have something I like, this one here, but I only like it for me when I like it. Oh, but I don't like it now. But I like it now, but I don't like it now. I like it. I like it. I liked it, but now I don't like it. I used to love it. Now I don't like it so much, but I still like it. But I don't want to smell it. But maybe just a little bit. It's a little too much, but you know, maybe sometimes just to smell it once. I feel like I come out of Mad Magazine. Oh man, oh my God. Oh my God. When I was younger, I used to go to a camp called Pine Valley. And before that, I went to one that was called Green Acres. And before I start the story, what does it mean to be privileged? What does it mean to be burdened mentally, right? Irrelevant to where you live. But no, I'm not comparing myself. And for all those who never had a chance, for all those who are in a position that will never get a chance, for all those, you know, what you can do with your mind, the ability you have gained through what you have, what you had, and what you no longer have is what you have to do with it right now. To do with what the truth is right now. What position are you right now to make pertinent to your own self-interest in where you cannot worry about anybody around you? Things have to be done for a reason now, not tomorrow. Now. Thinking is now. The most important thing about thinking and sharing is now. There's no patent with what I do. And everything I study is about the ABC. And what you know can be found, they were right, on the fig tree or the Dollar Tree or any tree. Because every tree has a name. And every name is a word. And every word has a gematria. And every gematria has a story about the name and the word of the Lord sharing with each of us. So the overlord is within your own thoughts of your own dementia, the own dimensions of your own corral. So hold on to your horses, watch your mouth before you speak, and don't be so fast on the pistol before you answer anybody at all. That is the first command. When somebody calls you on the phone, it doesn't mean you have to answer the phone right away. But look who is calling. But then we have become the slave, right, to the moment. Thank you for watching. I'll be back.